All right. Welcome to Open Minds, Open Mic, the place to be on a Friday night. We have a very special delight for you. Uh, Diane Murray Ward, one of my personal favorite poets. My birthday was on Wednesday, so I booked her this Friday as a birthday gift to myself. We have a lot of exciting poets coming out tonight. I think I'm gonna go ahead and start this off with the little poem that I wrote about my birthday and my age. It's called 39. I have twisted around soul 39 times till my mind was open wide. I existed in sound, my soul surrounded by rhymes, just in time to elevate beyond the climb. I was hella late to the decline. Designed my 5 knives to ensure pure circulation in the vines, endure the sedation from the 7 tribes of the divine. Frustration put aside, I'm on a new vibe to enlighten all of humankind. I am lightning when it strikes twice up in your mind. I just recite this for the blind. Signed, yours truly, the unruly, profusely profound, acutely renowned, host of a groundbreaking open mic, ghost of a sound that brings delight, a night filled with love and delight. Ignite the right minds, age 39 in my prime, playing with rhymes, displacing the negativity in your mind, tearing off the blinds they pulled over your eyes, frozen in time. I'm a composer of lines that reach past the breach in your local timelines. Einstein's theory begins to unwind like a ball of twine when it collides with my mind. Let me rewind. I'm 39. Thank y'all.
That was so beautiful, Tom. I oh
Yeah.
my God.
It was just something I tried to whip up because I was like, oh, I gotta write something for my
Um,
birthday, right? So
yeah, you're
it's just like
39.
something, yeah. So,
Mm.
all right, so let's get this show going. The first person we have in round one is a an open mind staple, a magnificent poet. He's featured here before, and every time he shows up, he just blows my mind. We have the incomparable Dee Allen. And I'm going to go ahead and make you co-host just in case you'd like to share your screen.
That won't be necessary tonight. I'm not going to use the share screen feature. I'm going to give that the night off just for your birthday.
Oh, all right.
And I'm going to do something for those of you who weren't here last week. I'm going to do something that I don't normally do during open minds or any other virtual open mic. I am going to do not one, but 2 covers. And the first cover I'm going to do happens to come from a new anthology book. This one is called Born of Nonsense. Born of nonsense, this poem comes hither. The words they crawl, they creep, they slither into my mind, then on the page. I write to try to assuage the rage that fills my heart when all I see is men behaving frightfully, slaughtering innocents without remorse, using legal guns, of course. For the Second Amendment is a suicide pact. How many more must die before we act? And that poem was called Born of Nonsense, written by Gustav Sallas from Florida. And it's from page 80 of the new anthology book, American Graveyard, now available from Red or Green Books. And the last poem is also going to be for someone who is here in the audience tonight. This one is called Certainly, Lord, You See Side by Side Our Outstretched Hands. I live and breathe, I work and toil, yet my voice remains out of your laws. You cannot deny me my right to vote, though you've tried with whip, dogs, and old white men's hopes. So I continue to protest, organize, and strategize. Certainly, Lord, you see side by side our outstretched hands. I work well with neighbors. I raise fine, healthy sons and daughters. We strive for the good of all peoples, and yet we are the enemy. We pay taxes, survive racist wages, and still you wonder why I keep my smiling gaze. I see beyond to a greater dawn. My heaven is assured despite you. So I continue, protest, organize, and strategize in plain sight every day. And you're scared of me. I'm not afraid of you. Certainly, Lord, you see side by side our outstretched hands. I will continue to grow bold and use your lies against you. I keep my mind and my heart on what I know is true. There is no reward until this fight for our votes, long overdue, is secured legislatively and fully constitutionally in tune. We'll continue to vote in our Congress and Senate for truth fighters, our strongest defender. Our voting cause is no light venture. Our futures need securing without lie, debt, or on credit. Our honest actions need no penance. Certainly, Lord, you see side by side our outstretched hands. That poem was called Certainly, Lord, You See Side by Side Our Outstretched Hands, written by Diane Murray Ward, published in Fixed or Free Quarterly Magazine.
Ooh, yeah.
From this mic to your ears, I'm Dee Allen. Thanks for listening.
Dee Allen, hey, thank you so much, man. Yeah, that was beautiful. The shout out to the Magus and Diane doing their poetry. That was so awesome. I really
That was
appreciate
awesome.
that. And I wanted to compliment you on your shirt. Jack Skellington just so happens to be one of my favorite fictional characters. And so I really like your shirt. Everyone, could you just unmute yourselves and give it up to this amazing poet,
Yeah,
Dee Allen?
Dee, so honored. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you.
That was so beautiful.
Beautiful
Amazing,
readings.
amazing. All right. So coming up next, we have well, the next two people on we have they're coming from the other side of the pond. So it's pretty late there for them. I believe it's like 12:30, but yet they still come week after week after week to come share wisdom and words. We haven't seen her in a while, but she is a Open Minds fam, alumni, whatever you want to call it. One of the most amazing posts that I've ever. I just love. It sounds like I'm listening to an old bard from the Middle Ages with just this like elegant, just her accent and the words she chooses to use. It's like you have been on this earth as a poet or a bard for many a lifetimes, and it really shows in your work. And I really appreciate you. It's so good to see you. I know you've been doing a lot of big things, and just I'm so happy that you're here tonight to kind of help me celebrate my birthday and help celebrate Diane Ward and all the amazing posts we have here tonight. So, Nayma, if you could bless us with some words, we would really appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy birthday again, and thank you for having me back. I will share two pieces with you today. The first piece, sad about Dad. Sitting in the garden, and you in a hospital room. Tenderness says, I must visit you. A reminder of better days, of the love buried in you. A gentle gift to lift the haze. A voice that brings passage from the vacuum. Cowardice flinches at the visit that holds up the mirror to the inevitable decay of the end of days and parting of ways, the insurmountable losses further down the river. It pains me to see you, a shadow of who you were, a spectre biding your time. It pains me not to see you, alone and confused, nowhere, waiting for the faces who ease time, tenderness and fear, in softness, magnificent, malevolent with fear, a fearful tenderness. It is difficult to face you when compassion is challenged by contempt. Maybe I will face that demon if I can bear the strain. Maybe I am tired of demons and the pain they ordain, the cruelty served so stonily indifferent, sitting with echoes of you. Thank you. And the second piece, A Bird in Two Hands. I have felt the pulse from Tangiers to Ouarzazate, in the rise and fall of clay peaks and valleys, ribbons of honey dancing on the periphery, in rhythm with my own, buoyantly beating back. I have laid back as you leaned in, beguilingly, exalted in the dawn of your eyes, dusk's shadows speckled on my thighs, welcoming the breadth and depth of you, smilingly. I have marveled at your vivid threads, embroidered into a foreign fabric, like a nuanced nomadic maverick, a tapestry of blue and white and green and red, licking my lips, seated at tables and on the floor, dipping bread as one with our hands as we eat. Trevor McDonald's voice on the news, somberly replete, and felt your kinship kindled within my core. I have known your affection in the instance of recognition, a communion in one tongue, as your breaths filled the lungs, each enamored by the other, drunk on the heart's potion. I am the wren who flew to the ancestors' place, only to be seduced by Maghrib skies, to succumb to her spellbinding sighs, dressed in Monsieur's streaked red start tails. Thank you.
Nayma, you guys see what I'm saying when it's like must have been a bard or something from generations. It takes lifetimes to accumulate that type of word artistry, and just I love every one of your poems, and thank you so much for being a part of Open Minds. And my wife and I just absolutely adore you, and it's so great to see your
Thank you.
face.
Thank you for
Um,
having me.
yeah, it's great. Everybody, unmute and give it up for the great Nayma Chamchoun.
Nayma, fantastic work. Beautiful.
Wow.
Thank you.
you.
Such a treat. Such a treat. Thank you.
And coming up next, you guys might see me cry, because before the poem was finished, he posted it on Instagram, and I watched it, and it brought me to tears. Then I had to come out and show my buddy, and was brought to tears again. And then he included another stanza, which includes my lovely mother who's here tonight. So like, I'm gonna try to hold it in. I figure I got enough tears out, but if I cry, just know, you know, it's yeah, I'll leave it at that. Okay. So coming up next, we have one of my good friends, my spiritual advisor, someone I look up to, a role model, just a force to be reckoned with in this poetry world. And he's been a open mind's main staple for a long time, and it's late over there, yet he still shows up, you know, and comes through. It comes through with the thunder and just the most amazing, beautiful words. And so I'm gonna try my best to hold back in the tears, but I know it's coming for me. So if you could go ahead and bless us with some words, we would appreciate it,
Thank
Mr.
you, thank
Lantiker.
you, thank you. Very kind. I've decided to include your mother in an entire poem. I have many, many poems written for women. I absolutely adore women. And this one is called Ode to the Divine Mother. But there are many things in it which would suit your own mom very, very much. And I wanted to start with your mother. Naturally, she's the source. So I'll dedicate this poem to her, Ode to the Divine Mother.
Thank you very much.
Maternal one, thou art an ever new eternal child of selfless suffering. Thy body bears the cross of earth, 1,000,000,000 years in justice to thy womb. Your blood-stained heart doth bleed with glee, so happy with thy sacrifice for me. That's Thomas. O sustainer of infinite joy, you uphold all the good a mother can possess. Thy overflowing fountain of sweet love pours its bliss-laden nectar to the core, intoxicating me from pore to pore, with thrills of peace sublime and deep. O mother, you bear thy burden well, carrying this heavy weight of mine, thy shoulders red, but no deserved tear you ever shed. Who can equal your concern and forgiveness? Your sheltering arms doth from the Father take away the whip, and cradling your world to sleep, bear silently the sorrows of ingratitude. That was to Thomas's mom. And now for Thomas's poem, it's called The Butterfly. Happy Souls Day, Thomas Colvin. We are all sacred butterflies, delicate miracles emerging from dark, resilient cocoons, bodily cages that bind us to alluring ties necessary for progress. We are a tapestry of flowers, pink tulips, bluebells, and purple lavenders, unfallen magnolias, white doves perch on their branches, chanting the melodies of the soul. We're a pervading stillness in which gleaming rays dance, unfolding the grandeur of creation in a meadow of love divine. Vintage wines all filled with a rhapsody of supernal sweetness. Within this perennial silence lies an elegant and affectionate mom, a purity moon oozing sweet beams of sacrifice, fortitude, and concern, love blessing her womb with fertility. Dancing from this gleaming wonder, a young benevolent Thomas Colvin emerges, consciously choosing his own butterfly to manifest love's light and glorify its charms. Within this light glows the magnanimity of spirit, a generosity of heart, a gentle, caring, loving host, self-givingly offering up the merits harvested from his durable cocoon. A kind husband with a camaraderie of like-minded souls and very talented poets. A dutiful wife who knows how to dance on starlit nebulae, sing with the fidelity and discipline of dawn's nightingales. Graphics par excellence, quintessentially woven on his soul by a calligraphy of strokes from paradise. Gifts of love, sweet flames of sun and crimson moons, darting in and out of his soul to manifest on magical screens. Consciously choosing this golden butterfly, they manifest the splendor of heaven, only to glorify its name. Lantern Carrier. Thank you.
Oh, that was beautiful.
I was
Thank you
somehow able to
so
hold
much.
the tears
Oh,
back because I listened to it and I read it and I was like, I have to just accept it
oh, it's
and not just
beautiful.
start bawling, but I feel so honored for you to read that poem. And it was so insightful. Like I told you, like
Oh,
you see me, and being seen by you makes me truly feel seen in this world. And I don't know how to thank you. Like I'm gonna have to write a poem for you.
It's an honor for me, my brother. It's an honor for me to write a poem for you. It's an honor for me. It's beautiful soul, beautiful soul.
What a blessing.
It
That was
is,
gorgeous. Wow.
right? Oh. I'm recording this too, so like I'm gonna snip it and just play it on repeat.
You're
Whenever
a
I'm
lucky
feeling
man,
down, or
Thomas.
yeah, if ever I'm feeling down or unsure of if what I'm doing is right, in life, or if it's worth it to keep going and keep trying to spread that love and to blossom into this golden butterfly and to try to open people's minds and bring people together and spread the message of love and unity. If I ever doubt that, all I have to do is listen to this man's words, and it's dug right into my brain that yes, you are doing the right thing. If I have someone like Lantern Carrier telling me I'm doing the right thing and I'm spreading love, and it's I love when
You're
you
a
say,
light, my brother. You're a beacon. Others have to tell you. You wouldn't necessarily see it or say it yourself, but others see it, and we have to tell you. You're a beacon of light, my brother.
I appreciate that. It means a lot coming
Yes,
from you.
How can you
never.
be different when you came from such a self-giving and sacrificial mom, and you have such a loving and affectionate and charismatic and eloquent wife?
hmm
Yeah,
I
very
truly
love.
feel blessed, I truly do. Like, look at all these smiling faces in the room here with me. I love all of you guys. We started this in August of last year, so it hasn't even been a year yet, and yet all of these amazing poets and amazing souls have just decided to come to my little open mic and share poetry with me, and it's really changed my life. It really has. It really has. I love you too, Prop. Always will, man. Always have. I love everyone in this room. It's been one heck of a ride so far, and I want to continue it going. We're gonna keep this thing going for as long as I can, as long as I'm breathing. I'll be hosting these things and bringing people together, and we got a lot of cool things planned in the future. We got some special art projects we're gonna be working on, and we're thinking about doing the Open Minds anthologies. We're gonna have the YouTube channel on point, so yeah, look forward to that. And it's just myself and my wife helps some, and it's pretty much just us doing this. New York's got, they got the cafe they get funded by the New York, Commission of the Arts. They've got an RMT, so like they have a whole team in it, and I just do the best that I can to do that. Yeah, Coral, there is uh, you can donate either to the Cash App or our PayPal. I'll post that information soon if you'd like to donate. We're trying to get Midjourney again so we can start making those really cool flyers for all of our features and stuff. So yeah, if you could donate, that would be awesome. And I think in August I have to pay like another $150 to get the Zoom going again. But by then, hopefully, I'm working. I've put out a bunch of applications. I can work here in Canada now, so hopefully by then I'll be okay. But yeah, let's keep this show going. We got so many amazing poets tonight. We have our feature coming up here soon. Um, yeah. Um, ah, Coming up next, we have I'd say this man right here is the third wheel of Open Minds. It's my wife, myself, and the Magus, Gustav Sallas, because he has been here since the first time he showed up. He's been here every Friday. And not only that, but I call him at least once or twice a week. We chat. Like he's a brother to me. He comes from South Florida too, where I come from. And so like I don't know, we just have a connection, my wife sees him as her big brother, and I see him as my brother, and it's just he's been such an amazing part of Open Minds, and we've collabed on I think like 4 or 5 different poems, and we've got other collabs in the work. Like uh, Gustav, you're just so amazing, and I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of Open Minds. And like I said, like it wouldn't be what it is without you here. So yeah, thank you so much. And if you could bless us with some words, man, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Thomas, and happy birthday to you. This goes out to you This is a cover, Pete Townsend and The Who. Tommy, can you hear me? Can you feel me near you? Tommy, can you see me? Can I help to cheer you? Oh, Tommy, 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 can you hear me? Can you feel me near you? Tommy, can you see me? Can I help to cheer you? Ooh, Tommy, 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 can you hear me? Can you feel me near you? Tommy, can you see me? Can I help to cheer you? Oh, Tommy, 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 Tommy. And this next piece is also a cover, unusual for me. I'm doing 2 covers tonight, like Dee. This is something I did last night for the Thursday night New Yo. This is Blackalicious, Paragraph President. We got the run on. Paragraph paralyzer, rhythmic aristocrat, Mr. Rap, it's the gift of gab, about to twist your caps, swift the fist so fast, fury, worry, hit the switch your ass, it's in bits and fragments, so midget quit this your ass, sit your ass down while I rip the tracks and spit the facts, hit the grass, green, brown, or purple, I'm the diplomat, rip your raps, really, you don't get the math, just a half-breed, phony rhymer, I was meant to rap into that fire-breathing rhyme, heathen, kidnap your mental black, hijack your fly, dapper con, head your intellect, mind state, arrow blast, center crack, mind gaps, blind from their eyes back, send you back crying, act up, a pencil pad, my utensil grab thine attention, get hit so bad, with jujitsu stabs I avenge you, and if you rap, I'ma send you back, rapping in a tavern, if you mad, kid, it's just too bad, tell him it's the paragraph president, and it's official, you can hear the cheer coming up, paragraph president. I want to thank you all for attending my inaugural ball, paragraph president. As a special treat this evening, I have asked America's foremost young poet to read his latest poem for us. Hit you with the funk, it's like who cut the provolone? Government officials putting taps on my mobile phone. Nations overthrown, hold my own, own my zone. Prone to leave your dome blown, poem after poem, Holmes. Jones for the tomes, Rome with me, turn your motor on. Over all this war, just got it going on. Overgrown child, never growing old, sowing oats, poking notes, till the never knows hoe overdose. All my flows, those flows goes deep. Hold your nose, bros, nose flows. Don't sleep, slow your roll, show my soul, total hold, domination, don't you know? I'm the comet like Mohammed with the verbal rope-a-dope. It's the paragraph president. He's been sweeping the nation with the hard-hitting campaign. Paragraph president. As a politician, he regards himself as a national harmonizer. Paragraph president. And so, Mr. President, we urge you to do something about the deplorable state of our nation. I pledge allegiance to the pen and pad and the mic and plates of America and to the republic. Kiss my ass, thugs faking, acting hard to get this killer beef that was given to me. I must bust it for all. Leave your city burning like Gamera. Stamina, blaze up your space cause I got it on camera. And I'm an animal, animator, landing a blow cleaning clocks never left for the janitor. Punching through your granite, a goodwill ambassador from another planet. I could kill and smash you up, and it won't stop, and I can't stop. Betterer, can it erupt, and does it had enough? Amateur, a ramming you, feel the goat's horn slamming you. Ham it up every single time that I stand in a crowd of MCs backing up when I'm acting up on a frenzy after yelling, that's enough. And it tempts me that it does. And I'm glad it does. When I flip C spatula style stacking up, many big threes rappers on, never catching up, passing up, ride passenger. Is it black enough? Spectacular. Now I know who's attacking you, cracking up, mashing up, mind capturer. I'm the paragraph president. Thank you.
Yo, oh, I love that first one, man. I've never heard that. So
Wow.
I think it was written for me. That was amazing. That second piece, what the heck, Magus? I didn't know you could rap. Like you
Wow,
was
that is
crushing
so
them bars, man. I've
good.
never heard you get down like that. You know, Whispers in the Wind, I'm gonna be expecting you to hold that pace when we get into Whispers in the Wind, man. I want you now that I know you can spit them bars out like that, I'm gonna hold you to it. I'm gonna hold you to it.
All right.
I
That was
appreciate that.
absolutely
Birthday, bro.
phenomenal.
Thanks, man. Everybody unmute and give it up for the magnificent, the Magus, Gustav Sallas.
That was incredible.
Woo!
Beautiful, man. That was just awesome.
Like, did anyone know he could spit like that? I know it was a cover, but
Yeah,
like,
yay.
just to be, you know what I mean? Even just to do a cover like that, to be able to hit them bars like that and the rhymes, like, and he was just so on point, man. Like, I didn't know he could do that. That's a surprise to me, man. Like, that was dope. Thank you so much for that, man. I've heard him sing too. He's got a good singing voice too, but like, I've never heard him just get it. Oh, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Gustav, for that. And thank you for the birthday wishes. And I was feeling a little down earlier this week too. And I hit Magus up and I told him I was feeling a little down. And he chatted it up with me and made me feel a little better. And I also hit up Ed Poetastic and because I just love Ed's smile and his whole outlook and on life. And Ed sent me a beautiful picture of himself smiling, and then sent me like 6 30-second long voice recordings of him just telling me to cheer up and that everybody loves me and I have nothing to stress or worry about. And why are you sad? You're amazing. And it changed my whole night. It made the rest of my week great. And I had a wonderful time on my birthday on Wednesday. And tonight has just been wonderful so far. And we're just getting into the thick of it. So I had Finn Bell as the fifth open mic before um our feature here, but I believe she left. She had a workshop, I think she was hosting tonight. So thank you very much, Shaki. I appreciate it. And so I'm gonna keep Finn on the round 2 list, and I'm gonna keep her starred. So if she comes back after the feature, or whatever, we'll slide her in when she gets back. But so we'll move to the next person who is going to be on the first round continue list, which is another Open Minds mainstay, someone that my wife and I just absolutely adore, someone who brought another really cool poet in here, Coral Rites. They're just amazing. They showed up to our show, and I was like, "Where? How'd you find us?" And they're like, "Kristi showed me." And so like, and we just absolutely love Coral. So Kristi, thank you so much for doing that and for like sharing our posts and Kristi's donated to us before too to like keep our internet going and things, like. And so Kristi, my wife and I just absolutely love you, and I'm so glad that you can make it to tonight's show because it's kind of like a birthday celebration for me tonight. My birthday was on Wednesday. It's kind of like my birthday show here, and so I'm just so glad that you can make it. If you would be so kind as to unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we would really appreciate it.
Hello. Yeah, I believe in, birthday all week, all fucking month. So hell yeah, Wednesday is your
Yeah.
birthday,
So
motherfucker.
so
Happy
here well here's
birthday.
the deal, right? So when I was younger too, because my birthday is the summer solstice, the first day of summer. So I'm like, for me, my birthday was summer. It's like, like we be in kid, we get the summer off of school, and I'm like, oh, it's my birthday. It'd be like, July, and I'm like, oh, it's my birthday, like, because it's the first day of summer, right? So I believe my birthday is the whole season of summer. So yeah, I'm gonna be celebrating my birthday for the next couple months here, and I'm so glad that you can make it, Kristi. If you could bless us with some words, man, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, and of course you're a solstice baby because of the sun, right? Like that bright light. You need to get out in the sun, do a little sun bathing.
I
Okay,
did earlier today.
yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm sorry, I should have had it.
It's right. You didn't know you had to go next. So.
Okay. I wrote this earlier, and yeah, I'm going off video just because that's my deal. Here we go. Sometimes the mirror me's, they see the mirror me. They see me for who they want me to be, to see, to stare back into myself. It is the wildest ride of them all, to see myself fall down those same fucking steps, stepping out of the depths of my soul's ultimate release, of my soul's actual decease, that they will unite it with the creator, the creatrix, To be reunited is the ultimate ending and the purpose of the mirror, of the reflections I have started to see all around me, in everything, in every person, in every action, interaction, reaction, in every aspect of every day. I see it play out before the mirror, and I begin to see me in all realities, and I begin to realize the utter depths of myself, of my we, of my us. And I start to see the corridor of the reflection me's that stare down the image, down the hallway to myself, to ourselves, the many selves that I contain within, as it all begins to vibrate. It all begins to feel so unstable now, as it feels like I should be doing more now. I see them, I see me, I see we should do more, we should be more, we should make more, we should write more, being calm more, learn more, revolt more, dedicate more, connect more, 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 more. I hear it, this word of more, slowly becoming a chant. I hear it slowly becoming a rhythm of buzz, of buzzing, buzzing, floating around me, holding me here, holding me up as I start to sway, as my eyes start to filter the particles of dust floating around my head. They seem to be spelling out M-O-R-E, floating around me. And suddenly I see the me's in the mirror, and they seem concerned about me and confused. And I focus. I focus on them, on me, on we, and I see and I feel and I listen. I listen to the mirror me's, and I hear them begging me, pleading me to understand me, that the more they want me to focus more on, the more they want me to see is to be, is to laugh, is to play, is to look at the real me staring back, to see the real world as a fluidity, a water-like reality that moves in waves around me. It moves within the all I see, and it isn't a solid substance at all, they say. It's malleable, they tell me. It's unbelievable, they shout. What I can be, what I can make of me, of the reality I see, and how it rolls around me. The more I mirror, the more I change. The more I change, the more I grow. The more I grow, the closer I become. The closer I become, the closer I am. The closer I am, the closer to freedom, to the heavens, found here inside the mirror, here inside all versions, here inside all realities, here inside all purposes, of all people, of the remembering, of the believing, of the receiving, of the everything that I am a part of. And my reality that I am creator of. You see, they say, you can't see you at all, they say you are the matrix, Kristi, the creator, the creatrix. In this unique form, you are the everything. You are the everything. You are the everything in the perfect package, in the perfect body, in the perfect expression, in the perfect form. You create the norm. You filter the light, the particles of the reality. Kristi, you are reality. In form and purpose, in this mirror that you look in the reflection that you see yourself in everywhere, in the spaces that you create, and no matter what you do, how you see, how you react, how you retract, how you interact, there is always beauty in what the mirror sees. Because what the mirror me's see, we see your divinity in your essence of the everything that shines, no matter what reflects back. What deep cuts show, what wounds are still stagnant that seep with the pus, What earth is left to till, to work, to plow, unearth, uncover, dig up, find the ways through, find the whys through that guide you back to you, that send the signs to you, that stand beside the yous of the me's in the mirror that you see, that you are, that you make, that you create. Create what you make what you create, find purpose, find the earth, find ways to see the divinity in the you, in the us, in the we. We are divinity, you are divinity. 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 Thank you.
Ooh, wow.
Kristi.
Went right through it, my chills.
Yeah.
That was
I have to
yeah.
ask, um, that was channeled through you again, wasn't it? I know that's how you write and stuff, and there's something that you are in communication with that I know that it's not all channeled, but you know, you have these conversations with these beings and they inspire you to write just the most amazing poetry and it hits me deep like because these are all things that we feel and we know but we're unsure of and you bring it to light and say yes you were right you know like all those feelings you thought like they told me that you're right. We are the divinity. We are all one. We are little bits of consciousness that come from the source consciousness, which you may call God, Allah, source energy, you know, whatever you see it as. We are all of that. And so I thank you for bringing these words to us. And yeah, if everyone could just unmute and give it up for the magnificent Kristi Scribbles.
Kristi Scribbles, that was
Wow.
brilliant. Yeah,
Wow.
so
Hell
urgent,
yeah.
so incredible.
It was amazing.
Yeah, she said, yeah, channel today while she was meditating. So dope. Um, we love you. We love you. We love you. Thank you for being a part of Open Minds. Thank you for being a part of my life. Thank you being a part of all of our lives. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. Wow. So let's roll on to the reason why we're all here tonight. We have one of the most beautiful and talented women and strong, powerful women. Like, um, I have a feminine side, right? I'm a cis male, but I have a very feminine side, right? Because of my mom, right? I'm a mama's boy. And Diane just like I see her as the role model to my feminine side, right? Lantern's the role model to my masculine, and Diane is the role model to my feminine. So I'm gonna introduce this beautiful woman, and we're gonna all get to hear an amazing set. And she's like, "You better make sure your mom's here for this, because I'm gonna make a set for your mom." And so I told my mom this. I was like, "Mom, you better be there." And she was so excited. She's like, "I will be there definitely." Like she wants to hear it. So we're all excited. Let me pull up your bio here and introduce you properly. So Diane is a proud New Yorker of West Indian heritage. Diane's modern jazz dance performance slash choreographer slash blog rock blog talk radio show hosting experiences has served as creative precursors to her spoken word poetry, which that's amazing. Like that's definitely like jazz dance and performance and choreography. Like that's the
Amen.
perfect precursor to spoken word, right? Because like jazz is all about the feeling and the emotions, and so like, what a great way to start your career with that, right? With contributions within local, national, and international venues, she mentors writers, she guest hosts, instructs writing workshops. Her works appear within several publications, including the Moonstone Arts Center's International Women's Day 2022 anthology. Y'all should pick it up. several fixed and free quarterly volumes edited by Billy Brown, and The American Graveyard Calls to End Gun Violence Volume 1, which you've heard one of the poems from her tonight, recited by Dee Allen. Um, Published by Marissa Prada of Read or Green Books. Marissa's awesome. Wish you were here tonight, Marissa. We love you. Diane has performed at several open mics, including First Tuesday Benicia Poets, hosted by Poet Laureate Mary Susan Gast. Open Minds Open Mic, hosted by some guy, Thomas Colvin. Java Speaks, hosted with Daryl Fun and Teresa David. Like a Blot from the Blue, hosted by Finn Hall, and BTL, hosted by siblings Kemlin Tan Bape and Lucien Tan. Diane has been an active member and contributor to the Nationals Writers Union. She is also Tesoro, like Shocky was throwing in the comments, right? You can learn more about Tesoro. Amazing. Our first feature that we ever had on open mics was actually Stacy Dyson from Tesoro, and that's who introduced me to Diane Ward, and Diane's been coming back like every Friday since. I think she likes us. So that's why she agreed to do this feature tonight. I'm so excited. But y'all can check out more about Tesoro at firesingers.com. I'll post a link in the chat. Y'all need to check out what these ladies are doing. It's incredible. Um, Little news. We're gonna have Stacy Dyson back. She was our first feature, and we got her featured again. I'm gonna be posting on Instagram and sending out an email blast tomorrow with all of our upcoming features list. Y'all make sure y'all check that out. I also have one more announcement before the feature. We have this wonderful person, Freedom Jones, in the building, and they've been here a few times and has read some amazing poetry. They were so excited too. They sent me an email earlier like, I wrote a dope poem tonight. Like, I want to share it. Um, Freedom, if you could be so kind as to post that link in the chat. They're suffering with some medical issues, and they have a GoFundMe page set up. I know a lot of us are starving artists and stuff. But even like $5, $10, whatever you can spare, um, you know, we have a part of our family who is sick and in need of help. So if we can, help and donate to that, that would be amazing. Freedom is gonna post a link. If not, I will pull it up and find it and post that. But yeah, without further ado, um, let's all just unmute for a moment and give it up to one of the most amazing, most loving, most creative people I've ever met. One of the most kindest, biggest, hardest person I've ever met. Um, Miss Diane Murray Ward. Everybody unmute and just
Thank
give
you.
a roar for her.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Diane.
Oh,
So
let's go.
excited.
Woo!
Can't wait.
I am honored and I am humbled to be here. And I'm so glad that your mom is here as I requested, because some of the pieces I write are about my own childhood, and some of them, of course, are about politics and about the world and environment and a whole slew of things. But I particularly wanted to read a couple of pieces that I think moms can relate to. And this one, I think you'll find interesting, because I don't think I'm the only child who experienced this. And this is called He Didn't Do It Right. Television displayed real things I recognized in my home. Everything from toothpaste to vacuum cleaners to toys appeared on television. Toys were especially important because then you knew what to ask Santa for Christmas and on your birthday. I enjoyed television while eating my after-school snack. I thought news reporters were real people. When the weather people spoke, The sky really changed like they predicted. I knew that cartoons were drawn pictures that moved, had music, and the characters spoke with voices so distinct that you knew who was speaking even with your eyes closed. Our living room window was big to me. All of the windows in the projects were also long and trimmed in light green paint. All of the buildings looked the same and had 7 floors. A low chained fence protected the lawn that separated my building from the next, but we made a path bisecting the lawn so that we wouldn't have to go all the way around the circle to reach the other side. I always liked clouds and birds. But looking out of the window this particular afternoon, I was drawn to watch an apartment window in the building across from mine. I noticed a boy dressed in clothes that looked somewhat familiar to me. He was skipping and running through his apartment. I waved frantically, hoping he could see me. I even stretched up on my tippy toes in the hopes that he saw me. And although my elbows began to hurt from the strain of trying to keep him in sight, this was going to be worth it. After all, his outfit looked pretty good from my vantage point of the 5th floor. He lived on the 3rd floor or 4th floor, so this was going to be easy for him. I figured he'd pick me up and I'd treat him to candy from the candy store we would have to pass anyway on our way to the playground. It's the least I could do since he was sure to give me a ride. The window latch was easy to open. It opened inward, and I could easily stand on the window ledge until he came to get me. Since I was skinny and little, I could easily fit past the window pane onto the wide window ledge. I would only have to move something over for me to stand on so that I could comfortably get to the latch and prop the window open. I had a plan. We both had plans. He opened his window first, and after 2 steps, easily stood on his window ledge. Then he did the most amazing thing. He straightened out his cape and smoothed his sleeves. He flapped his wings and then he jumped. Of course he fell. He fell because he didn't do it right. I was furious. Superman doesn't straighten his cape. He starts running and just flies. I was stomping. I paced back and forth in our living room. My ma was in the next room. When she entered the living room, she said, "Diane, what are you fussing about?" My reply, "He didn't do it right." Ma replied, "What are you talking about?" I was too angry to speak. I just pointed towards the window. Now Ma is dialing 911. I decide to look. The lovely Superman cape was spread on the top of the bushes that surrounded the base of all the buildings. He couldn't be seen. I guess he was underneath. I am questioned. Did I see what happened? Who was the boy? Blah, blah, yak, yak. Later that day, my parents informed me that the bushes broke his fall. He wasn't hurt badly. He just had some scratches. Yeah. All I kept saying repeatedly was, "He didn't do it right." Now my parents realize that I think that Superman is real. The lecture series begins. First Ma, then Dad, then Ma and Dad, then a break, then there's more double teaming. Okay, we're good. I remember someone saying, "But Diane, you're so bright. How could you think Superman is real? People really can't fly. He's make-believe. He's on TV." Superman is from Krypton. He's not people. End of discussion. Listen, between me and you, that kid shouldn't have had a cape that stiff. It was a phony costume. Also, he didn't have the real spirit to soar through the air like I would have. Right? Right? That's called, he didn't do it right. And yes, that really happened. This is really
Oh,
from my
wow.
life.
Wow,
He ain't do it
yeah,
right. He didn't do it right.
He didn't do it right.
He ain't
Yeah?
do it right.
Okay.
He ain't do it right.
right.
That,
What can I
that
tell
was
you?
amazing.
That
But
was,
I thought your mother would appreciate that.
yeah, I did.
Oh,
That
there's
was,
times I've jumped off the roof and stuff,
oh
so
my
yeah.
God. Yes. Oh, yes. That's
I
you.
did it right though. I've never broke a bone. So
No.
Well, here's another one from my childhood, and then the rest are not going to be. Well, this was
Okay.
published in the Bronx Memoir Project, and it's called Bring Your Own Candle. My mother is Catholic, and she raised us Catholic. In the Catholic faith, you're baptized, and then before you make your first Holy Communion, you go to confession. You make your first confession. And this is a major event, and it's usually the day before you actually make your first Holy Communion. So this is about my first penance. In those days when you made communion and you went to penance, there's a little, it looks like a little closet. The priest is in the middle, and then on either side, for those of you that don't know, there's two adjoining little cabinets on either side, and you take turns going in there, and it's contrition. You're sorry for your sins or whatever. So just to give you a little background, those of you that don't know what it is. This is called Bring Your Own Candle. This is published in the Bronx Memoir Project. It was strongly emphasized that in order for our souls to be really clean, we had to confess every single one of our sins. By the way, I was 6 years old, going on 7. Well, I stockpiled everything a 7-year-old could think of and placed it on my list to recite for first confession. My list was secret, of course. Sister, meaning the nuns, sister said that we couldn't tell anyone our sins. Only Father at confession would know our sins, and he would keep our secrets. And we couldn't tell anyone our penance either. Penance was between you, Father, and God. Even your mother didn't know. Even my mother didn't know that I had a listing of sins I prepared to recite and ask forgiveness for the Saturday before my first Holy Communion. I tore a page out of my notebook and in pencil chronicled a list. I wrote in pencil because I also felt that the page had to remain neat and clean and errors easily erasable in case God wanted to review it from above and make sure I was accurate. The line for first communicants in those days was long. We waited for our respective turns in the box. We searched the faces of the boys and girls that came out. No one stayed in there too long. My mother sat in the pew as all the parents waited for their children to say their first confession. They all looked at us and knelt and prayed and smiled. They took seriously this first phase in our religious development. We knew this was an important event that we should and would use the rest of our lives. It was finally my turn. Father was inside. With hands tightly clasped, I entered the confessional. My note of sins was folded and hidden within the sleeve of my favorite long sleeve blouse with a single row of ruffles at the cuff. I stood. Father slid the listening screen. I could see the shadow of his head, and he tilted it towards me. I knelt, but when he realized he would lose sight of me, I was a peanut. He told me to stand. I stood up again. We were both quiet. I looked around. Then he said, as if prompting me, which I didn't need because I knew what to say, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned." I stayed quiet. Then he patiently, almost in a gentle whisper, said, "Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It is my first confession." Maybe he thought I was nervous or scared and really forgot the opening line, but I wasn't. Instead, I replied, "Where's the light?" I could tell by his head language that he was quizzical. He waited before answering me. I didn't understand why. It was a simple, straightforward question. Gee. Father replied, "What light?" I replied, "The light so I can read my list." I remember thinking, he has a light. Doesn't he know it's dark on my side of the box? Maybe the bulb blew. Anyway, then Father said, "You have a list?" I replied, "Yes. I made a list of all my sins so that my soul would be clean and white as snow, as Sister said." Father said, "Well, how long is your list?" I replied, "It's long. It's like about 10 things." Father replied, "Well, can you remember the top 3? I replied, "I can't do that. What about the rest?" I'm thinking, didn't you hear me say, Sister said all of our sins have to be confessed? Aren't they a team? We're both quiet now. I'm thinking, I cannot leave here with a dirty soul. I should have memorized my list. So finally, Father says, "Well, God knows everything, right?" I replied, "Yes." Father replies, "So God knows your list too, right?" I replied, "Yes." Father replies, "So whatever you remember is okay because God knows all of it and will forgive you." I replied, "Are you sure?" Father replies, "Yes, I'm sure." I replied, "Okay." I tried to remember as best I could. In fact, I tried to use some of his light for my list. But let me tell you, screen light and pencil are hard to read in the dark. Let me tell you. So he gives me penance, and I walk out forgetting that I have the list in my hand. Well, I guess I was in there a long time, maybe longer than most, because my mother looks like she's been pacing when I come out. She spots the paper and says, "What's that?" I say, "Ma, I had a list." I said, "You had a list? You took a list to a priest?" Ma is shaking her head now, partially mortified, partly embarrassed, I guess. But to reassure her that everything is okay, I replied, "Ma, please, I have to go pray now." I slowly paced my steps up to the altar and said my penance, assured that God knew all on my list. And now, in hindsight, I gave a priest a first confessional he probably never forgot. I would have brought a candle and hid it in my other sleeve, but I wasn't allowed to touch matches. That was called Bring Your Own Candle.
I
Oh,
loved it. And
yeah,
like and like Kristi said, now all I can imagine is how cute you were at 6 years old, walking in with a little lift for your
my,
for your first confession.
my
Like,
grandson's 7 years old right now. I have a 7-year-old grandson.
Okay.
That's beautiful.
Watch him if he starts to make a list.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right, I will.
Well, I'm going to read one more from my childhood, and the rest are not going to be from my childhood. This is one more because I really wanted to give Tom's mother a treat, especially since she's the one that bore him, and we all know when was his birthday? Wednesday, and he thinks it's how long? 3 months long. Okay. This is called Mind Librarian. I had just started junior high school, which covers grades 7 through 9. I read The Diary of Anne Frank in elementary school. Why would someone want to kill Jews? So I decided that I wanted to read Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler. I looked up at the librarian seated behind her 2-step-up raised platform desk. Maybe from this perch, she had a greater view of the library rather than being flush on the ground with the rest of us. I thought she lived at the library because she was always at that desk whenever I visited. She never smiled. No frivolous ornaments ever appeared on her desk. Neither flowers nor picture frames ever stood there. Her desk held eraser-less stunted pencils and neat, uniformly squared and stacked blank paper sheets approximately 5-inch by 5-inch, each eager to carry a Dewey Decimal number of its own. As a regular library patron, I knew the power of these slips of paper, the power these slips of paper had to propel anyone interested towards aisles of knowledge. I didn't know the German language. I didn't know if Mein Kampf would appear as my struggle, but thought that if it kept the German title, she would instruct me how to find it in English. I said, "Where can I find the book Mein Kampf?" I repeated and added, "Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler." I figured, well, she has thousands of books. Why would she know right off the cuff what I wanted? She stared at me. I stared back. Eventually, on a white slip of paper, she wrote the Dewey Decimal System number, then pointed to the back wall and to the right. Okay. There was one copy. It was a thick, bright orange hardcover book. It wasn't a reference book. And since this was going to be a long read, I could take it out. I brought the book to her desk. I gave her my library card. She stamped the book, and as I was walking out, I could still feel her eyes on me. I didn't know why. I lugged this book home and started on the introduction. Dense, very, very dense. I took Mein Kampf out of the library 4 or 5 times. In between, I would return it and leave it for a few days so that if anyone else wanted to read it, I wouldn't deny them. But it was always there, just one copy. Reading Mein Kampf was preventing me from getting other books. Since the book was heavy and challenging to my small frame, I could only take it out and no other books. I thought, my struggle. One afternoon, this same librarian who stamped Mein Kampf out for me every single time asked me, "Why are you taking this out?" I wanted to try to understand. What was he thinking? I thought that if I read what he wrote, maybe I could understand, I said. I never got past the first 20 pages of Mein Kampf when I was in junior high school. I never borrowed it again. I decided that I had challenged myself before I could comprehend it, if ever, and apparently never. And that was called Mein Librarian. So,
I love that last
again,
line. Yeah.
true story, true. I want to just briefly talk about Mother Earth, just for a second. There's a wonderful anthology that Nero put together. It's composed primarily of New York poets, cafe poets. And the piece I wrote in here is long, so I'm only going to read you the first section. But it's a beautiful book. You can try and get it. It's in Amazon, and it's this is the cover, and it's Miro did a lot of the editing and preparing. And my section, I'm only going to read you the first part because my selection is like 4 pages long. What I did, the title is called "My Friends Call Me Salix B Inc." Salix B is, I've abbreviated, is the Latin word for the weeping willow. And this is me turning into a weeping willow, but I'm writing a reference letter for Gaia. To whom it may concern. No, really. I provided this reference letter lovingly for Gaia. Using my humble personal experience, the trellis of my life explains reason for this format and my purpose for engaging you. Patiently indulge yourself of this rare opportunity. Phase 1, biogenesis, phasing. Consciousness began as a tingling up my back. A breeze was just saying hello. I stepped over an ant as if I knew him. A bee whispered a joke into my ear, and since I didn't want to miss the punchline, I didn't brush him away. Skimming from the prophets can make one intoxicated, I admonished him upon observing his hiccup-like, elliptical attempts to redesign the wing's flow. A bird flew right into me. It's happened before. Does my upswept hairdo remind them of a nest they long discarded? Darn. I never bought lovebirds. A beetle circled me, then scurried away, seemingly late to work. I noticed a pair of mice enjoying playtime with their kids. I began to bend, a spinal arch. Arms began to cramp, peripheral hand veins mimicking branches answering the maturing call. Cool compresses on my ankle gave temporary relief. I'd self-medicate with aspirin, of course. Grass cramped, and I no longer tickled my toes. My sides arched and ached for a touch. Even a sloughing with a loofah was welcome. My head grew weary and webbed with a long to-do list. Did I nod hello to the ducks this morning? Did those slinky coils nap comfortably? All newborns are lovely. Who ate who? Oh, I'll miss Xy's XVR. I shouldn't name the scrawny, defenseless one. Only leaves heartache since I kept my heart. So, the rest of it, gotta buy the book. It's a great book. It is our attempt to let everyone know that, of course, our first mother is the Mother Earth, and we have not been good to her, and we need to change that drastically.
A lot of people, I think they think that we are like we are put here on Earth, or like, you know, we're humans and we're separate from Earth. What people need to realize, we grew from Earth.
Absolutely.
You know,
Absolutely.
we sprung out of this beautiful planet, and we really need to see her in that way. It's our mother, and we need to treat her better. Otherwise, we ain't gonna be here much longer. And Mother Earth don't care if we're here or not. You know, she gonna be okay whether we're here or not. So
that's right. I'm going to read just 3 more pieces, okay, Thomas? Just 3 pieces. This one, the end of the world as we know it, as I talk about Mother Earth, I had to give you something positive and something that's more reality-based, okay? This is compiled by J.K. Larkin, and I'm in here. And this piece is called Grounded. She no longer felt the grime, just the futile tug on her once milk-heavy bosom. Forward, her legs commanded, her crippling toes as cramping dared to test her thighs. Her thighs quieted and thought otherwise, remembering the earlier bruising her fisting them into submission caused. Quieting body parts was a mental exercise of control she mastered and slipped only momentarily when overly stressed. Her ganglia were back in control. She gingerly tapped the ground, no longer confident of its stability, since it can now turn to dust like quicksand under her bony feet. Without ground, you grow wings and fly, right? Weightlessness, her mind enjoyed. Escapism saved her sanity, she believed. She no longer felt the grind, just living the crime. The baby's skin was dry from exposure since their clothes are now tattered. She cannot find food or water. Now she travels to her in-laws, hoping they are still alive after this disaster. Phones won't work since all satellites are inoperable, leaving communication left to strangers who appear as either doom prophets or hope and salvation loudmouths, while others are blatant prostitution profiteers. Begging for food is the norm, which gives voice to the only word spoken because I'm starving is everyone's mantra now. You no longer felt the grind, just living the crime. How big can sinkholes be? How many can occur all at once? Can't we see under the ground? Can't we find these cruel anomalies with radar? Can't we see these weaknesses before they burst cabins? Her sinking and crawling out and almost making it is to where exactly? Rescuers are falling deeper into these crevices, the abyss, the dark holes, these internal reversed craters. No warning. How long was she climbing? How long was she walking? And still nothing looked the same. Signs were gone. The earth was sucking us in all at once, all over the world. Sinkholes simultaneously occurring. The earth must look like a deflated, lopsided handball. The last broadcaster she saw described before they too suddenly disappeared. She no longer felt the grime. She's living the crime. She truly believed that the earth was taking us in as nutrients, replenished what we robbed and wasted, slurped, gurgled, and tainted. Now we're being suckled. The sky as Earth's nursemaid fails in attempts to wipe our face and clean up our mess. No wonder the sky is murky and the air dust-laden. For now, the sky looks like the Earth's soiled white cloth. The newly burst russet sun defecated blood-dark clouds. Humans caused this rash. She no longer felt the grime. She's living the crime. She tried to remember the taste, fluidity, and softness of water, the crunch of its crushed and solidity of shaved, shaped, and slick as ice cubes. She tried to remember smiles and the smells of foods, flowers, trees, and freshly cut grass. She tried to remember the smell of babies bathed and lotioned and their sweet breath and dribble-laden, toothless grins. There was no more whining. Whimpering transformed into mute limpness. Unable to cry, her swollen eyes twitch from tearless stuff. No heat emanates from her baby. She began to chirp like a songbird between laboring breaths. She's now at a point past hunger, and her body, like a shared chemistry set, has elements missing. Suddenly, a crowd appears, wilder and more desperate than others she passed. They looked hungrily at her once muscular thighs, which she now gave permission to cramp because she no longer Okay. It's the end of the world as we know it. It is J.K. Larkin, Red Penguin Books. And there's just two things I'm going to read. They're short. New York Public Library has a zine, and the theme they gave for this year was Stay Connected. I'm going to end you on two happy notes. Stay connected. The title to this is Penmanship is Still Important. I always like to write handwritten notes. As old as I am, I too have elders. I am fortunate. When their hearing was an issue, even though now resolved, for they admit their need of aid, I still write them a note. It's not that their voice is irritating. I still recall the jarring effect on me of yelling into the phone at my elders. I will write them a note, a letter, legible enough, I think, for them to read. I write in my hand script, not too long a note, sometimes just a bright, cheerful card. Just to let them know that I'm thinking of them. It's still helpful. We're still connected. We're still expressing love. And sometimes they will call knowing I can hear them and they can hear me. When I call them, their phone line is busy. Hearing is working for them again. Nonetheless, I still write a periodic note. A handwritten note is a hug and pieces of my epithelial on a stamp, only forever stamp. Again, connecting with stamps of all types of sheroes and heroes commemorated on stamps. My handwritten notes to my personal sheroes and heroes. What a beautiful added benefit. My elders are special to me, and they helped form my development, my patience, people, friends, acquaintances, and love. So staying connected differently without technology all the time, and being more personable, I think best stated, shown with a handwritten note, which never grows old, so we all do. I know my notes don't go to the cloud. It's read perhaps by eyes becoming clouded with tears, not necessarily glaucoma or cataract, thank God. I can still gift in their mailbox a surprise they now, I think, expect occasionally. As I still can and they remain or not on this earth, connected or even later on, they and I will both remember handwritten notes, with my script carefully formed and purposely written, slightly bigger, never cramped, with letters I try not to arthritically slur. So, if a word is misread, they know it's love, love, and more love. Penmanship is still important. So the very last thing I want to read you, I just got it in the mail today, Fixed and Free, Volume 2, Issue 2, Billy Brown. I wrote a book review in here. I've been in here before, but this time I wrote a book review. And I always like to introduce you to poets that you may not know, and then some you may know. My Fears Out Loud, poetry by Maureen P. Medina, published by Marissa Prada, Red or Green Books. This is my review. An author's promise of personal disclosure is a powerful grabber. Piquing readers' curiosity is not for phonies, so authors must fulfill readers' expectations. Failing an audience elicits zero book promotion. Miss Medina has aced themes in her first book, hopefully not her last book. By effectively presenting her personal and societal concerns in My Fears Out Loud, readers are provided with an engaging and sensitive author's profile. Disclosing personally plagued issues some writers claim requires bravery. Miss Medina's family, sibling, life scenarios may resonate to some readers with a kindred sensibility or introspection, while for others offers a glimpse of a life. Maureen provides a universal piece titled Healing Steps. Although Maureen was allegedly relatively shy, her voice here is clear and unapologetic. Maureen also has some fears involving us all. For example, she is an advocate for animal rights, especially the cruelty occurring at slaughterhouses and the aftermath of our consumption. Her philosophy and challenge to us as responsible and environmentally aware human beings are clearly stated and delineated. Her sincere efforts may inspire your engagement. And then I put quotes from her work as examples. So I say that, ending that with to you by encouraging you, please review books. It's one way that we help each other spread the word. And though sometimes I quote some poets, sometimes I don't read my work, I read someone else's work. But I think if you would just please consider, especially when you've read something you really, really love, to write a review. And I think that also goes a long way of us sharing our gifts with others. Thank you, Thomas, for letting me have this feature. Thank you, everyone, for listening and for coming. I appreciate you.
And thank you, Diane. I was so excited to be here tonight. Thank you.
Diane, thank you so much. Oh, and look, Prop got to stay long enough to see the end of it. His phone was dying, but he hung out to the very end. Prop, we love you. I hope to see you soon, brother. Yeah, man, I think I might have to refeature you too, because you were, I think, our second feature we had, and we've got Stacy coming back, so I'd like to refeature you too. I know you've been writing more stuff since the last time you featured, so we might have to get you on that. Diane,
Diane,
thank
yeah,
you so
brilliant.
much. Everyone,
So
unmute.
beautiful.
Give it
We
up
love you,
for the
Diane.
beautiful, the
Yeah.
talented, the
Beautiful,
thoughtful, the
amazing
amazing Diane
Talent.
Ward.
voice
Woo!
and your pen. Brilliant.
Thank you very
Such a
much.
beautiful feature. And I mean, at one time we had, I think, 30 people here. Like we were all here just to listen to you, and I appreciate you so much for coming out and doing this for because you know how much I love you and how much I love your work and the fact that you always introduce us to new poets and new poetry, new forms of poetry, and just um you're just a force, you know? Like every time I see you pop in the room and I hit accept on there, I'm like, tonight's gonna be a good night. Whether you're reading your own poetry or you're bringing us a poem that I've never heard before or from a poet I've never heard of before, I just know that it's gonna be a great night. And so when you agreed to do this, like right after my birthday, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be my birthday show, and I'm like dying on it. Like it was a gift to me, right? We had a lantern carrier read me a beautiful birthday poem. Like it was like I was looking forward to this night so much. I got to sleep early last night, like for the first time forever. I think I went to sleep at like 10 o'clock last night because I was like, I want to be well rested, ready to go. Bright eye and bushy tail for tonight's feature because I just knew it was going to be such an amazing night, and we have so many amazing poets lined up, and yeah, I really appreciate you, and thank you for being part of the Open Minds family. You've been coming through pretty much since the beginning. Like I don't know how many shows you've been through, but it's well over 30, 40 of them. We've been doing this every Friday for 10 months, and so that's 40 shows, and I'm pretty sure you've been to about 30 of them. So I really appreciate that, and we love hearing from you, and yeah, we just love seeing that smile of yours and that melodic voice, and yeah. Everyone, one more time, unmute and just holler, give it up for Miss Diane Ward.
Diane.
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo!
Go.
Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Much appreciated. I'm very humbled by this. Thank you.
You deserve it. You deserve all of the love that's here in this room tonight. You deserve every last drop of it. And for everyone who couldn't make it, um, you know, as soon as we get these videos caught up and uploaded, you're gonna have people watching back on it and just people enjoying your words because you are truly incredible. And thank you for agreeing to do this. With that said, though, we have a whole list of a bunch of people coming up next. We got the round one continued list, which I am about to post. And I think I might read a poem that I'm working on. It's still in the works right now. I was feeling a little depressed earlier this week. It was Father's Day. My birthday was coming up, and I was just kind of feeling a little down. It's not a very depressive poem, but I came up with this term, which is great because Magus was like, "That's an awesome title," and y'all know how Magus is with his titles and his words, right? Like they're always like you got to look up, you got to go to the Google and like Google words that he uses to see what they mean, right? So when he told me, he's like, "Oh, that's an awesome title," I was like, "All right, I think I hit on something here." So, um, it's still pretty short, and it needs. I think I'm gonna mess with the middle some, add a few more lines, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and start off the continuation of round one with a short little piece that I like to call Void Siphon. Sometimes the void siphons my last breath, combines destroyed lions in my chest, lines I deployed to clean the mess. In hindsight, they seem to regress every time my mind's eye eats the stress, pressed against a condensed version of diversion, tactical subversion, determine the certain fright I am burdened with tonight. As I recite my yearning to be right, I realize maybe I'm left. Lost in a void of sanity was never the plan for me. This planet seems to be way too wrong for me. Floating in a sea of miscommunication, loathing time, it's just an accumulation of all I see. Wait, Tom, breathe. Take it easy and free. My spine alignment confined, assigned to the degree of a fine line in this third dimensional space that we see. My dreams always seem to be meant to set me free. I hope you agree. And yeah, that needs a little more work, but that's Void Siphon I'm working on.
Woo! We love you, Thomas. Woo!
That was wonderful.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I do love that title.
I'm impressed, Thomas. You always surprise me. You always surprise me.
Loved all the sharp turns in that.
Thank y'all, man. Thank y'all. And thank y'all so much for being here. Yeah, I just appreciate you guys so much. Coming up next, we got a newcomer. They've been here, I think, one other time. Kristi sent them our way, and I'm so excited to hear what they have to say. Oh, Daniel just showed up too, so we'll add him to the end of the list there. So the list I posted, just in your mentally tag Daniel at the end there. Yeah, so coming up next, we have Choral Rites. And I remember they showed up, what was it, like 2, 3 weeks ago or something for the first time, and it was just amazing. But a lot of people that were there at that show weren't here. So in the tradition that we have, could everyone unmute yourself and give a big open mind, open heart, open welcome to Choral Rites.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Woo!
Welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, the last time I was here, I got to yell at everyone. That was really fun. So thank you to those who received that. Tonight's poem is a little less yelly, but in true creative crybaby form, there's still some yelling. All right. I wrote this back in January, and not even a week after my mom died. It's always interesting how grief comes in parallel sometimes. You know, you're not really grieving the thing that you think you should be grieving. Instead, you're kind of processing all this other stuff. So this poem is called Aspirational Asphyxiation. I breathe these words for hope. Let me say it again. I breathe these words for hope of what I aspire to become, of what I hope we can become, to fight the asphyxiation of the breath taken, strangled out by a knee, beaten out by too many fists, shook out by the vibrations of bullets hitting bone, silently, unceremoniously, suffocated by air on fire. There is hope in the breath, but breath stolen over and over leaves hope without a vocal cord. How do we speak when our collective windpipe has been crushed? How do we breathe when our lungs are filled with the blood of future generations? Let me say it again. I breathe these words for hope. By rejecting conspiring cults of corruption, by giving others the permission they didn't know they needed, by living out our own existence, unabashedly ignited, living in our own skin, enabling others to show up, lit up, inhabiting their own bones, by thriving in any way that we can, inspiring others to inspire aspiration, to give breath to life by not just our words, but by what we do, through how we do it, by continuing to live, full in color and texture, by continuing to live, breathing in our hope, and exhaling our action.
Yeah. Powerful stuff, Coral. Thank you for coming back and sharing that with us. I hope to see you here more regularly. We are your family. I am officially adopting you. Welcome to the Open Minds family. We need to see more of you. Ask Kristi, ask Lantern, ask Diane, ask Karen, ask Robert, ask Paul. Like, we are good people here. We want to see more of you, and we just absolutely love you. And thank you for blessing us with that piece. It was beautiful. Everyone, unmute yourself and give it up for Choral Rites.
Welcome, Coral. Brilliant work.
Wow.
Loved
Yeah.
it. Loved
Amazing.
it.
Thank you all for being here and sharing your words with me, because it gets me ignited.
Yeah, see, that's what I love about having a community like this too, because we come from all over the world. I mean, we have people from Hawaii, California, Texas, Canada, Florida, New York, everywhere in between. Plus, we have people overseas in England and the Philippines and Africa, and just, it's really truly a global, multicultural community, and we all get to feed off each other's energy and each other's creativity, like, and so it's evolved me as a poet, like I learned from every time one of you guys spit a poem. Like, I'm like, oh, I like that, like, oh, that's a cool little trick, and so, like, it's really building us into stronger writers, into stronger poets, and it's expanding our heart and our consciousness and expanding our family. And so I just want to thank y'all again for being part of this Open Minds family. And yeah, and in the spirit of that, let's continue this thing. Oh, and Mordik's from Middle East over there. So, like, we literally circumvent the globe. Like, we have people from all over, from, all different backgrounds, cultural differences. It's just an amazing place, and we're all here as one family, open minds. And I just thank you all for being here for all of us, right? So we're gonna keep this thing going, and I believe, Michelle, it's your first time here, isn't it?
I was here last week, but only listening, but this is my first time reading.
Okay, well, welcome back.
Thank
And
you.
in Open Minds fashion, if everyone could just unmute and give a big open mind, open heart, open arm welcome to Michelle.
Thanks for coming back and diving in.
Welcome back.
Thanks, everybody.
Yay, yay.
All right. This is a poem about childhood and how it relates to adulthood. I yelped in a public school classroom once. Teacher had just told us, in the ways teachers do, using dramatics, varying timbre and tone to keep the attention of uninterested, unassimilated younglings. This next problem will be a difficult one. I screamed with excitement, and teacher said to me, in front of 23 pairs of innocent ears, never do that again. Since then, I thought failing to contain the bigness of my feelings was shameful, wrong. I kept my yelps silent, screened, Spotify playlists, neglected blogs, Instagram captions, love poems, and angsty Facebook stati. These days, I'm finding my voice, reading shit out loud, serenading my plants, singing in the shower, squawking after stumbles, and reading at open mics. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so glad that you're finding your voice and that you're finding it here. And we hope to see you back next Friday. We'd love to hear more. You always have ears here and big hearts ready to listen and ready to be, your family. So welcome. And
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
if
Woohoo,
everyone can
Michelle,
unmute
yeah,
and give it up for Michelle.
yeah.
That was fantastic.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you for sharing.
Amazing stuff. Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. I love how you said serenading your plants. You need to come serenade us with your words. I mean, your plants could, they've heard it. We want to hear it now. Share it with us. Share it with us. Come serenade us with your words, okay? We're here every Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. I don't know what time zone you're in, but math and stuff. So, all right, coming up next, speaking about circumnavigating the globe, we have Fongo, who's a good friend of mine. We've been working on art together. As y'all can see in the beginning of the show, we was like chatting about all this art stuff. We communicate constantly. This young man right here goes all over the world, just spreading love and light and poetry and words. And not only that, but he's getting into art now and animation and just like his drive inspires me to keep going, to keep pushing, and so I would like all of y'all real quick because he ain't been here in a while. So I'd like all of y'all to unmute real quick and give it up for Sfongo. Just give a big hoot and holler for him, man. Like,
Woo!
Yeah.
Yes, let's go, let's go.
Yay, yay.
hopefully he's still awake because it's pretty late over there now. But he's a young buck. He should still be awake. We got lantern carrier still awake, Come on, Sfongo.
My heart is 7 years old.
I was telling everyone on Wednesday, I was like, yeah, I'm turning 29. 29 years old. Can you believe it? Oh, I'm almost 30. Jeez.
Yeah, that made me feel better because, I'd rather have you at 29 than 39.
Yeah, it made my mom feel 10 years younger, so that was all right, so Sfongo, I guess, is maybe stepped away or something, or but we're gonna keep him on the list because that's my brother right there, and we definitely want to hear what he has to say. So I'm gonna put a little asterisk here, and when Sfongo gets back, we'll just try to slide him in the list, and we'll keep it rolling, right? So coming up next, man, Paul Skiff did a feature for us recently, and honestly, like I don't really like to pick favorites or nothing, or say, oh, that was my favorite night, or this was an amazing night, but like top 3 nights, like the Skiff feature, if you guys weren't here, you missed out. Like we had an encore, we had music, we had some amazing poetry and storytelling, and then everyone that was on the open mic list too was just bringing it because Skiff just brings that energy and brings that out in us, and just it was one of the most amazing nights of poetry that I think I've ever experienced. And I love everything Paul does, And so I'm excited to hear what Paul's got for us tonight. If you would be so kind as to bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
Thanks, Thomas. Well, I won't say that. I think that last compliment about encouraging everybody to just, be who you are and do who you are. And that's such a fundamental ingredient of this action space you create for everybody. So I definitely take that compliment. Thanks, Diane, for that opportunity to just be irradiated by what you do. That was pleasure. So anyway, don't want to take any more time. Let me see if I can get something up on the screen here. This doesn't have a title. Learn to transform like shade, obscure, deepen. Do not remember away from the self you forget because depersoned people were pushing in your face with their daily schedule 5 minutes out of whack. So you tip over and spill your to-do list onto broken principles. No retreats into priority. The loud, late people did not like you because at Kmart, that place in your mind where you have never been was being given away with each purchase of a degraded cultural idea about womanhood covered by stretch fabric, sacrificial pawn. The empty zone in your brain sends postcards through your consciousness covered with distracted doodles that describe whole cities being burned down, naked and overlit. That is the bonus for being compelled to present breasts as an astounding, peculiar accoutrement. The possibility men will be given a 15-minute holiday in the land of pretending not to see. Absolute absence of equivalence. Turning babies into train watching, rent dodging, cut online at the taxi stand clock watchers with wallets full of insults is how the city eats its young. I sock these hallucinations to sleep all the time, like I was a church bell, donging out a nearly extinct language now only preserved on fragment of a prehistoric get well card. Dear life form, I hope you recover from being discovered and understood, and you are better off without a backbone. In the future, the dominant species will have a spine, but it will be taken away by a kind of cataclysmic ooze called employment. Evolve, revert to an animal need, please. Deposit your scent on the front stoop like a hyena, or enter social purpose as tactical narcotics team hitting a front door thinking their judicial value is equivalent with a season ticket to attending the societal project of killing 15 million cows a month for a whole year, motivated by magical, malicious ambition of the 18-year-old who presses his hand up against inside of his jacket, says he has a gun and wants my money. And as I reach out to push that gun away beneath his jacket while saying, go ahead and shoot me, I don't got no money. We are all of us, we are all given those consumer choices, red or green. Mysterious, they wash their used cars in my fate-broken mouth. On the back seat of the Carmen Gia, next to some pot seeds, lays a list of things no one is allowed to do anymore. Feel, speak the word preservation. Another person who said they love you is telling you you will never see them again, but you cannot use a toilet plunger on the mind when it gets blocked by a decision. It would be easier to forget the parachute never opened. The February horizon, amorphous gray where my reach lengthens forever, is really myself, the self I am when I sing in my sleep, guarded by the dog named Hollow Promise, who sneers at me. But I am warming up the power plant on the Cadillac self-sufficiency uses to drive all the way to Mardi Gras that is now parked so close up inside my smile. Rough vibrations from 2 tons of all metal car welded to a chassis repels the obligations the status of a loser brings. So I do not need to be silent or leave. The tendency towards zero I run through in warm sunshine with the rhythmic collaboration of my feet on ground ruined by gravity is the most liberating, radical pleasure. So swing your rejection bats at me, push the esteem of building down, try to slice my composure with your credit card, with your emotional starvation. It is not a genetic advantage. Avoiding your personality is as easy as keeping my mouth shut. My smile is the arrival of tomorrow. My heart has no subject matter. Physically, I might be human, but more and more, I just sail with winds of the universe that unfurl spontaneous choice through us all. That is why I am orgasmically fulfilled, obtaining equilibrium, of being totally undecided about just what made me feel more accomplished today. Holding the door on the crosstown bus for an old woman, they not a lady, or spitting snot onto a limousine at Avenue B. 'Cause splat.
Oh, Skiff. And that doesn't have a title, huh? Like, what would you call that anyway? Like, fuck.
It's another one of those kind of interior landscapes, you know. It's just
Yeah.
wandering around the neighborhood, and all of that just goes on. That's it, really.
Yeah. I see that's what I love about your style too. Like you don't need a title for that, right? Like you have such a, like you said, an inner monologue walking around seeing the things, but like we can a lot of us can relate to that inner monologue that you had. It's like a lot of things that we're thinking and yet you can put it together so poetically and intense, and the way you deliver it is just visceral, and like we can smell the pungency in the air and the, you know, it's like it's fucking amazing, Skiff, and thank you so much for that poem. I really appreciate that, buddy. Everybody unmute and give it up for the Jedi Master himself, Paul Skiff.
Splat!
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah.
What?
Oh,
Woo!
or
Yeah, thank you, everybody. It's thank you all for being here again this week, and especially to the new folks who've wandered in. You got to keep coming back. Thomas and Catalyst and Thomas's mother put in a huge amount of effort here, and you can just feel it in how people just come here and are so generous with, their spirits. So thanks to all of you for being here.
Yeah, I didn't even try to, man. Like I needed to, I had some poetry written from when I was like 15. Um, and I hadn't written poetry in a long time. And then I wrote a poem like a couple years ago when my buddy drowned in the ocean. I wrote a poem about the ocean. And then like just last July, my wife was like, "Oh, why don't you try to get on an open mic?" So I'm like, "All right." I looked up, and I'm living in the middle of nowhere, rural Alberta. The city Calgary is like, hour and a half away. Edmonton's like 3 hours up north. Like the only open mic I found was like a month away, and was in the middle of the city, right? So I was like, "Well, that's not gonna work." And then I found a site where you can go to online open mics. So I found, I don't know if any of you guys ever been to the Phoenix Books online reading. I looked at it and it was like, oh, there's one tomorrow at, 6 or whatever. So I signed up to that, went there, did a reading, and everyone just loved it. Like I had such a great response. I was like, I was so nervous, like before I had a day to like thinking I'm like practicing my poems. And when I performed there and I had just such a great feedback that I was like, that felt good. Like that was very therapeutic. I was like, I want to do this more. So my wife's like, well, why don't you just start your own? So I thought about it and I go, okay, but I don't want to do once a month. She's like, no, do it once a week. This way you're in it. It's something everyone can rely on. Even if you don't get the same people every week, like everyone knows that, hey, if I'm not doing nothing on Friday and instead of going out to the bar or, partying or whatever, if you're not doing nothing on Friday, come hang out with us. You ain't got to go to work tomorrow. We can stay late sometimes. Just come hang out with us on a Friday. And it was a pretty bold move now that I'm thinking about it too, like to take the Friday slot, right? But I went ahead and did it.
Good to see your heart.
And yeah, and I started it just so I could share my poems a little more. I didn't want to have to, like wait a month to like read one or two poems. I was like, nah, like and I wanted to read more. And it was like I went to a couple open mics. I went to New York, and then, but my third feature, like our third show, we featured Stacy Dyson, who I had met at an open mic, and she's just such a beautiful, amazing soul. And I didn't even know like who she was. Like I didn't know her by her, and I didn't until like I just heard one of her poems, and I was like, that was amazing. I just started my own open mic, like, would you mind like featuring for us? And then when I looked her up and did her bio and everything for the problem, like, all right, like I got a really dope future here. And then after that, I think we did Propaganda Poet, and ever since then it's just been like just one, and they all just brought in these amazing people, and like I'm just blown away, with everyone. And it's I'm not open minded, we are open minds, like it's all of us who decided to gather here, and I try to do the best I can to, provide like a safe open space that doesn't have limits, that's not, yes, like just come show up and read some poetry. And I try to do a feature each week, this way like everyone can have their, 20, 40 minutes on the mic, have their little block, and then we all share poetry. And just, I'm really trying to create just a community of open-minded, like-minded people here, just to share our words. And I want to thank you all for that. And I'm gonna keep plugging away at it. And so, sorry to mumble on. I'm feeling very moved by the vibe in the room tonight and everything. It was just my birthday, and I'm like, we're almost coming up on a year doing this, and it's just amazing to see the poets that lined up, and that come here regularly. It's very beautiful. Speaking of family and us being a family and us all being connected, whether you know these people or not, they're still your family, right? We're all human beings. We grew from Mother Gaia, right? And we all need to look out for each other. And this next person coming up needs a little looking out for right now. They're dealing with some medical issues. They don't really have the money pay for these medical issues. It's hard out there. You should come up to Canada and marry a Canadian, and then you get free medical. That's what I did. But um, you're probably comfortable where you are. So um, I I'll post a link here again. Freedom needs our help. They need our help. This is a beautiful soul who has been to open minds a few times now, and every time they come on the mic, it's just it's 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 magic, and they need medical help. They're in pain. They have a GoFundMe thing. I'm gonna post the link. If you guys can donate $5, $10, if you're balling $100, 200, whatever you have, even if you don't even send no money to the GoFundMe, send a little chat. Say I love you and I'm there with you in spirit. Pray for someone. Find someone who you know is a philanthropist and has some money to donate and be like, this is a person I would invest in. Yeah, Freedom Jones. If you'd like to unmute yourself and share some words with us, I'd feel really blessed. You were a little broken up just now. Go ahead, check in.
Can you hear me okay right now?
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
No. Is that any better?
Oh, that sounds much better there. Whatever you did
Okay.
just then, yeah.
Thanks. And thanks for like the advertising. Yeah. My name is Freedom. I'm gonna be 25 in November. Like I'm an artist of various looking. I've gone through a lot of trauma and such, and just recently, last 2 years, 2 years I'm living here and like escaped like abuse and such like that. And with that comes a lot of health issues and a lot of things to be dealt with. So any kind of donations or sharing is great. And I'm really grateful of this space. I actually started coming one day. Me and my friend were looking on Eventbrite and like with open mics, and like I was trying to encourage her to write and stuff like that. And I think we came like when it was just starting to build up. So seeing what come is
Yeah, we
really
haven't
awesome.
used Eventbrite in, oh gosh, forever. But we have like 5 stars. Yeah, I think we did like 12 or so shows. But what happened was, we had a Zoom bomber one night, and they came from Eventbrite, and I was like, and my computer wasn't working, and so I was on the phone, so it was so hard to like go and like kick them out of the room and do all that, and it was like we were just starting. And I remember Miss Diane Ward was there, and like we had another older gentleman from Ireland that was there, and like there was a lot of Lantern was there. There was a lot of people I respect, my elders, right? Like in there, and then we had this Zoom bomber. And it was just like, so then what I did was by then I did enough shows on Eventbrite and was joining other open mics and finding people who like my poetry. And I'm like, hey, well, I do an open mic, like, come on. And then they would bring people, and then I would feature certain people and tag them on Instagram. And so now we just use Instagram and an email list that I have going. Because it was just, which and I could go back on Eventbrite and find more people, but like I think I've cultivated, the perfect group. Like it's not too busy. We all have time to chat and share poetry. Like, I think we're at a good spot. So basically it's like now it's like a reference. Like if you're a poet, a good poet, like tell them about us, or if I go out to poetry events, we hand out stickers. Me and my wife printed up a bunch of like cool stickers and stuff. And then we go,
Finally got the
I hand them out.
stickers.
Yeah, I go and I write like open minds, open mic on the back, and go to like poetry events and like hand them out and be like, hey, check us out.
Nice.
So it's like it's
Awesome.
either like I gotta meet you first and be like, hey, like you're cool, come, or somebody in our open minds family can recommend. But other than that, like after that Zoom bomber, man, phew, I was like, I gotta keep this on. That's why there's a waiting room, and I gotta let you in. If it's a name I don't know, I'm like, do you guys know this person? Like, are they cool? Like,
Yeah,
so
I had to
it's
keep it
kind of a
safe with
collective.
internet trolls.
It's kind of a collective family, and you're part of that family. So before you read your poem, let me just one more time interject. I posted the link there, right there, for the GoFundMe. Please help donate to Freedom. They need help with some medical bills, and I believe the way GoFundMe works too is you got to hit that goal, right, to get it.
Something like that, or as you gradually get enough, it comes in.
Okay.
quite sure how it works, as my friend is actually the one that posted it, kind of thing. Yeah, is it okay if I read the kind of shortish poems?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool.
I'd love to hear it.
I think for the first one, warning, suicidality, I guess, should one kind of in reference. I wrote this just the other night when I was really struggling with, well, something that I've always struggled with is chronic suicidality, but lately I've really been struggling with the aspects of my health and where my future lies, kind of thing. And as I was struggling in the night with different aspects of trauma and stuff, I decided to try to write. Actually, really like this. So it's called It Gets Better Than Worse and Worse Than Better. Just when you just when you feel low and fall, another cavernous crack, and whoosh, you fall further than you thought possible. You drowned and drowned over and over, only to be resuscitated with a little more perspective and brain damage. You climb and breathe for a while. The air gets better. You see the hole you've been placed in, almost stuck in. Lucky because not everyone escapes. Don't want to let this luck go to waste. Try the growth of a person I've never known. Parts of me, myself, and I, carrying a backpack of rocks. Most are not mine, but illness overtakes me. Coming to terms with stability from things that have happened to me. Living a life so constricted has taught me what this life of freedom really means. Carving space into life, coming to love for the first time. Self, community, love around me. The ones in my life, the people I interact with are not against me. Now have allies, no more enemies. It's such an uncomfortable glory. I cycled through these feelings over and over. Things just got worse as they were getting better. If I can muster up some strength for vulnerability, take and receive, the love I've always sought, will it get better? Will I always be in the depths of death, verge of dying from a strong self-conviction? Will my life end by me forcefully taking it, or will I continue on this painful healing path? Can I handle all of these things like wellness, illness, monetary gain, poverty, healing, breaking, surviving, thriving, living, or dying? Which is better? Which is worse? I'm willing to take a bet on either one, as long as I can gain the ease I need, living life with more joy than peaceful moments, or dying to get relief from all.
Wow,
That was beautiful.
that was. Uh, I know in your state, you're probably I don't know how many people have been through emotions that deep and gone through. Like, I've had some struggles, but I can only imagine, like, you know, um, going through something like that. And that was powerful. That made me feel that, even if it gets bad, like things ain't too bad. And so, yeah, we pray for you, everybody. If you can donate, you say you got another short one for us too.
Second one I just kind of wrote today. Doesn't have a title or anything. From start to finish, my overactive brain not only sees all of it, but sees every aspect. I love this neurodivergent brain design, even if it drives me crazy. But what's been really bothering me is having been able to escape abuse, really grow and who I am, learn to love the beautiful person that is me, and able to express it properly, finding love and security. So how is it this warrior self of mine is drowning in empty unknown? I wish someone would understand the distress of mine, because I've always had to know who I am and go. But now I have so many options, too many directions, and too many issues. I cannot see my way over these heaps and piles. This life of mine, isn't it horribly funny? 7 diagnoses and 3 to 4 awaiting additions. I knew trauma caused illness, but I didn't think I'd get to this level of sickness. I'm not sure if I can live through this chronic illness. Can I manage it? Can I live with this? Can I thrive within this? All these worries, the support I need laying outside of me, questioning reliability. Is it okay to need so much support? Does it make me weak? Am I not building myself up enough? Or is it possible that I do enough? Constant self
criticism, inner critic that is constantly bitching, and me, the warrior, trying to fight it. But I gotta be honest that I'm drowning and I need help, and I used to be able to carry this heavy world myself, but that's because it wasn't safe to collapse. I never had anyone to hold my hope, but I wonder if it's okay to be held, to have someone believe for me when you give up. That kind of love and care is foreign to me. I just want to be loved for all of myself and inadequacies. It's weird to find it and not be able to believe anything. I wonder when this love that is real will really hit.
Wow. You really put your heart out on your sleeve in that one and exposed your whole soul, and that was beautiful. Like everybody unmute yourself and give it up for Freedom Jones.
Yeah, wow, emotionally
Yeah,
raw,
great last line.
beautiful.
Wow.
Freedom.
Impactful.
Freedom.
Very powerful.
Touching.
All right. Um, yeah, let's keep it rolling. And real quickly, I just have to mention that well, I had Kate on the reading list coming up, but she was in a car accident yesterday. She's in the hospital. So she wants to listen, but she won't be reading. So if everyone real quick can just go, oh, I hope you get better.
Oh, I hope you get better.
Love you,
Please
Kate.
get well
Get
soon.
Oh, I
Love
better.
hope you
you.
get
Hope
better.
you get better, kid.
Yeah,
Hope you get better.
get better.
Yeah, she's okay. She's alive, but she's in the hospital, a little banged up. So it's just, oh, I hope you get better. And thanks for coming and listening. We love you. We love having your presence around. Yeah. Uh, Coming up next, we've got this man cheered me up the other day, man. I was all depressed and stuff, and I sent him a message. I was like, man, I'm all depressed. I need to see your smile and hear some words from you. And he sent me like the most beautiful smile ever, and then recorded like six, like 30-second, like just you got him, Thomas. Like you rock. Like don't even if you're sad, like keep going. And then I think this morning sent me another one to that dog thing you sent. Oh my God, bro, that had me going. Whatever that I'll have to share that one or something because that was just it made me feel like okay, I'm gonna be all right. I'm doing the right thing. Like let's keep this thing going. And so thank you so much, Ed. I really appreciate you, brother. And yeah, if you could bless us with some words, I really appreciate it, man.
Throw my breath number with words like thunder. We love you. Man, your words always stick to us like glue. And thank you for pushing in the musical and the Poetastic blue. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Diane. Thank you for making Poetastic breakthrough. And remember that we love you. All right. All right, my name is Ed Poetastic, feeling fantastic. Please get in time to enjoy my rhyme for Upper Sublime. I got one short one and two and one long one, so I won't take much time. This first one is called Cursed Tattoos. It's okay, you're not alone. Don't hide your darkened lair. Don't let your heart turn to stone. Please be here, not over there. Only you can live and atone. Believe me, someone cares. Tattoos aren't carved in your bones. So please share, share, and share. Please fin out the inner unknowns. Make the blockheads more aware. You don't need to condone. We all know crazy life isn't fair. Who cares you're a misfit or disowned? Please don't get swallowed up by despair. Please no more inner tormented cyclones. You feel a lot better, I dare and swear. Please no more holds or postpones. Please no more isolating games of solitaire. Please, these needs to be fully exposed. Don't mind ignorance, let them stare. Live on, speak up, go on. No more conflicting groans. Thank you. I got another one. Speaking of Gaia, this is called Gaia's Love. You possess an undefined, natural, organic beauty. You dance around the bright sun on important duty. Your eyes are the Great Lakes color in sparkling blue. Your tears are sweeter than strawberries, blueberries, and honeydews. Your body's a wonderland full of sublime and wonderful delights. You give us warming sunlight for our darkest nights. Your skin is earthly, smooth, and grounded than the vast deserts. You just give, and give till it hurts. Your children are the vivid, rooted, fluorescent trees and flowers. They stand healthy, rooted, and stern with unique powers. Your age is vast in the far reach of dark space. I didn't say Asian. Oh, wait. Is that a teardrop or river flowing across your face? You're more powerful than any earthquake, tsunami, or hurricane. You bear us with our toxic fumes, endless cuttings, and rumbling pains. Your rage is the roaring, unpredictable, and screaming volcanoes spewing molten lava. Sometimes you create clouds dropping clear, refreshing, and rejuvenating Java. Your love is surreal, generous, and deeper than our baby blue skies. You feed, nurture, and grow us, your pesky flies. Hope this poem does you justice because it's coming from a microscopic soul. Thank you for the gifts of diamond, ruby, irons, titanium, coppers, silvers, and gold. Woo! Thank you.
Eddie, yo,
Woo!
that
Woohoo!
was like one of the
Yeah.
most coolest poems the guy had there. Like I loved how you approach it. Like you were just straight up just talking to guy, like not like, oh mother guy and like being too poetic, but I was just like thank you for like oh that's so good, man. That was one of the coolest guy poems I've heard. I love the ending too. Like thank you for all these minerals, like oh that's great. Yeah, everybody on mute and give it up for Ed Potaste, my brother from
Woohoo!
another mother with
Oh
rhymes so
yeah,
Wow.
fantastic.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we
Woo!
love
Because you
it.
being fantastic. Woo! Love you guys. Thank you for being a twinkle in my eyes.
Hi. And thank you so much for the other day, man, for cheering me up. Like, I wish I could share with y'all what he sent me, like the text things. Like, it's just, I speak to Eddie quite often too through Instagram and stuff, and he's just an incredible person. That's my brother right there, and I just like, how could you not love Ed? Possessive? Like, he's amazing. He's always so positive and smiley. And even if he isn't, if you ever feel bad like I did the other day, you call me and I'm gonna cheer you up. You know that. So yeah, let's keep this thing going. Coming up next, we've got Nemo Sum. We did have somebody else on the list, Chance on, but he's not here, so I have him start still. If you guys notice when I post a list, who's ever when I post it is not in the room at the moment, I'll put a star, but they'll still keep their position because as if they come back, then they'll have like next on the list. So I save their positions with a star. If they don't show up, they don't show up. But I don't want to delete them. They still have their chance. Maybe their internet crashed and they come back and they're like, "Oh, I was supposed to." So that's why I do that for all of y'all who don't know. Coming up, talk about my brothers too, man. Yo, I talk to this brother on the regular too on Instagram and call him up, man. I love that I created this family and I got to meet like friends, like actual friends and mentors and poets and just like-minded people. And I love you guys for this space. And thanks for being here for this show tonight, man. It's a very special one for me. My birthday was on Wednesday. Miss Diane was had Lantern with that dope Souls Day poem for me, and like I was so psyched about tonight. Like I've been waiting all week for this night. So coming up next, we got the great the infatigable. I'm making up words like because I don't even know how to explain what he does. He was a computer programmer and like learned how to write code using poetry. So he like crafts these just amazingly vivid, intense poems and links them together, and it's just amazing. Nemo, Sum, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, brother, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for all the love. I'm going to read a micro triptych that flows into a short piece. But before I do that, thank you, Diane, for an amazing feature. That was a beautiful set. Thank you. So I'm going to read a micro triptych that flows into a short piece. And it's about when I was a computer programmer and I used to work until the wee hours and then drive home and then have to get back up maybe 3 hours later and drive back to the office. So here, I'll let the pieces speak for themselves. The sky isn't quite so red these days here in the Demon City. It's still always third shift, but it ends 5 minutes earlier on Thursdays in odd-numbered months. If you're looking for the Prince of Lies, and who am I to judge? I can't tell you where he comes from or how he gets here, but I know where he hangs out because he whispers to me in the darkness. I smell the sulfur on his breath, poorly hidden by peppermint. His hand too often on my leg, his tongue flicking in my ear because he sees there's some good left in me and he's still hungry. The devil fancies himself a poet. Endless verses slip like serpents from his lips, spitting lyrics. The sky is red, but it isn't burning, it isn't hot. And now it's full of the leather-winged heralds of hopelessness, who have screens for faces, ever broadcasting the message of their masters, that something once had is lost, or at least it's fading fast. The wicked winds of change are blowing and I am alone, driving away from the demon city, yellow lights blinking on and off and onto empty roads. And how fast I'm going doesn't matter, because there's no reason to stop, no reason for these tears, hands gripping the steering wheel, too tired to brush away the exhaustion that creeps up my shoulders to my neck. Exhaustion that is going to crawl into my ear canal and make a painful passage to my brain. Maybe it's sulfur I smell, or maybe that's my dinner riding beside me as my senseless passenger, handed to me in a bag by another lost soul, stranded in a colorful building with only the company of strangers out the window. But we didn't make eye contact for fear of seeing each other's broken heart. Now the sky is black, and my eyelids do nothing to block the sting of the tail lights and stoplights out in front of me. I can feel the tower, metal fingers reaching up to reopen the wound in the belly of the beast we call the sky. And the blood looks like light shining up into clouds hanging low instead of souls raining down. For I have been in that tower, watched the goods divided, portioned out with clumsy cuts to be packed in shipping crates, bound for the money men who would never deign to be seen by eyes so unworthy, in faces black with soot. Thank you.
Yo, that Satan spitting serpents line, or I forget exactly how it went. That was dope, man. Everyone, unmute yourselves and give it up for Nemo Sum.
Wow.
Damn, Nemo, fantastic.
Woo,
Damn.
Nemo, woo.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so
Right
much.
on, Nemo.
That was incredible, brother. As always, thank you so much for showing up, man. And thanks for being my friend, brother. I love you. Hope to see you again next Friday. And on round two, because I think we're going to keep this thing going because we have a pretty short list to end up round one. And, you know, a lot of y'all are latecomers, a lot of y'all are late stayers. So we might have to get into a round two. It's Friday night. It's my birthday weekend. I think that, you know, we're going to keep this thing rolling. So coming up next.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, It's for fire.
Happy
Oh,
birthday.
thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, y'all,
Happy
they gotta
birthday
say.
Okay.
to
Hold up.
you.
I totally am gonna have to do a birthday song at some point. You know this, right?
I know, I know. Let's save that towards the end here though. Let's keep this thing going because we didn't even finish round one yet, right? So let's keep this thing rolling. Coming up next we got Karen Melander-Magoon. Yo, Karen, welcome back. Thank you for coming through. You've been here a few times, and I know you know you got so much other things going, and so I appreciate every time that I get to see your face and hear your words. So thank you so much for being here. Yeah, and if you can bless us with your words, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Thomas, and thank you for doing this. And interesting to hear the history of how you got started. And it was your birthday on Wednesday, so I wrote you a birthday song. But my reference is to "Summer Is a Comin' In," which is one of the oldest songs ever written. It goes way back. I mean, it says medieval, but it's before that. Druids, you know. So, a birthday as the summer is a comin' in, celebrations as the roses wane, memories of years past, thoughts of life to come. A birthday as the summer brings its warming grace, celebrations as the children reign on park and street where families meet, a poet's dream of life and love's refrain, a birthday's dream of life and love's refrain. So happy birthday.
Oh, you
Oh,
almost brought me
that
to
was
tears
so
there.
lovely. Oh gosh.
That was absolutely
Oh,
lovely. Thank you so much, Karen.
oh man.
Thank you for doing
What a
this, and
blessing.
thank you for having a birthday and being out there, and many more to come. Okay, going on. Meaning of life. That seems appropriate for a birthday. Each one of us is put into this world to save a life. We do not know whom we will save. Perhaps the child we gave a smile today. Perhaps the woman we gave our time. The man we helped across the street. The man we saw upon that street bundled in blankets and asked his name. Perhaps a word, a touch, simply a recognition of another life. We somehow know we have a purpose way beyond our breathing, way beyond our thoughts, way beyond our own small life, to use the space we have and make it glow with love when we are gone. Okay, so I have now another one
Uh,
that you may.
yeah, I want to hear that other one, but can I say to you that also really resonates with me because I've literally like pulled people out of the ocean, out of flipped over
Mhm.
cars, people that were being stabbed, drive
I
like
figured it
I
was really for you. Yeah.
and even just meeting people at the right time and speaking with them, they were like, I think that God sent you here to me. Like you changed my life as in and so that really resonated with me because I feel that I am here to save, to change, to enlighten, to
We
do
all
all
are.
of that. And so that yeah,
I've
and
written
that's
other
why
poems
I
that
love what we do. You
we're angels in each other's life. And
yeah.
exactly what you said, somehow you happened or somebody else happened at a time that was perfect. And it's
I
almost as
always
if
say,
it
you know how
was
people, oh, I was
arranged.
at the wrong place at the wrong time. I always say, I've been at the right place at
The
the
right
right
place at the
time.
right time. That
And it's
is
and
what
I didn't plan it. I didn't know what was going to happen or what I was going to do, but I knew in the moment what needed to happen in order for this
yeah.
person to live. And
Yeah,
I did it no matter what it
absolutely.
took, you
Absolutely.
know.
Thank you. Thank you
It's, uh,
for being aware. Sometimes that's all you need is just
it's
be
just gotta open up
listening
your
and pay
eyes, you know.
attention. Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, this one is a little bit more political and it's a little more angry. But let's see how everybody feels about it. I don't want to rub anybody the wrong way, but
Hey, you're at open minds. We all
I
got, you
feel
know,
as if
some pretty loose political views.
this world needs healing, and nobody's totally right, nobody's totally wrong. O Israel, where is your grace, your yearning for a promised land of love, your place among the chosen ones, all that lives upon this earth and bends to lift another? O Israel, where is your knowledge that we are all your name, or any name that corresponds to all? We are all Israel and Mecca. We are Bethlehem and Beijing, Auschwitz and the Vatican. We are all the holy and unholy, searching for our place searching for the grace to ease the pain of those who grieve, to end all violence to those who suffer, to turn all tanks into refuges of hope, all weapons into tools to cultivate our earth, all bombs into homes for families and schools for children. Oh, Israel and US of A, all dominators of our world, this world of greed and gain, colonizers and capitalists, you interchange with each era, yet fail to learn your mission, chosen to bring peace and hope to a promised land of love, a world for everyone.
Wow.
Wow.
Karen
That
for
was
world president. Who's with me on this one?
beautiful. I love it.
Let's go, Karen.
Thank you. I have one more, and it's about our small blue world.
Yes.
The world from space is tiny, yet teems with life and souls. Ineffable in blue and dreams, it spins and moves and rolls, answering to tides and gravity. Its energy is grace. Spinning through clouds and forest, the merest mushroom finds its place. Plunging fungus in the fertile soil with spores to propagate. We root into this spinning globe, meditate upon our fate. We throw our spores in farthest space to fly or fall or land. Like thoughts, our ideas form and race beyond the grace and sand. And the flowers of our habitude, where hummingbirds alight, make honey or feed nestlings who resume our own soul's flight. Such a tiny world spins solemnly as nature makes designs. Life communes, collects and scatters, joins, embraces and entwines all beings caught in harmony. Hear dissonance in time. All beings caught in dissonance find harmony in rhyme. As petals brushed with pollen, welcome birds and bugs and bees to feast upon their nectar and depart with silver knees. We deposit such sweet silver, meant to mingle, rise like yeast, so another generation may resume this dusty feast. That's it. Thank you.
Karen, that was absolutely transcendent, enlightened, beautiful. Like, you have an amazing soul, and I hope that we can get your message out and your message gets heard. Like, let's all just take a moment and just feel the vibe of the universe and the collective consciousness and put all of Karen's words into it because the world needs it. And then unmute
Yes, that's
yourselves
what we need.
and
That's
thank her
what
for
we
her
Yeah.
need.
blessings.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's what
Thank
Thank you,
this
you.
Karen.
is. Beautiful.
Thank you so much for that, Karen. Those were amazing pieces. I always love your poetry and like who you brought it tonight. Um and that song you wrote for me, oh my God, I'm excited. I'm gonna end up just gonna download the video and I just cut that video out right there and I can play that one with the lantern and celebrate my birthday. It's so beautiful. I love you.
Happy birthday. I mean, happy past birthday, but
Yeah.
happy
Well,
many
so
birthdays
well, it's
to
my
come.
birthday it's summer. It's the first day of summer. So my
Okay,
birthday
okay.
is yeah,
Summer
the
is
summer
coming
long.
and
Yeah,
birthday.
yeah, yeah. I got a whole season. It's not just
Yeah.
a day. It's I got a season, right? Yeah, thank you so much for that. We really appreciate you. Coming up next, we have another really awesome woman who's out there in the streets doing it. They work as a counselor for mothers and women who are homeless and addicted to drugs and get them back on their feet and get them going and stuff. So they're a hero of mine because I've lost a lot of friends to drugs and that kind of lifestyle. And I feel if Terry could have scooped them up, they would have been okay. So thank you for doing what you do. I Love you and appreciate you so much. You my homie too. You know that you my big sister over there. If you could, if you could share some words with us, bless us with some words, we really appreciate it.
Unmuted for a change. So thanks for that kind words. Yeah, I'm not a superwoman, man. Like, I just got to say, like, a lot of the clients, if they're not ready to change, they're not ready to change, and
Well,
I
you
could
have to
give
want
them,
to change the change.
yeah,
You can
I
only
could
do
give
so
them
much, and
every
you're doing your
resource,
best.
and
So
yeah.
that's a hero to
So
me.
it's, yeah,
You know?
that's up to them. It's up to the
Yeah.
individual, like how ready they're
Don't ever
going
say
to
you're not a
be,
hero
right?
because you're a hero. It's are they gonna, you know? So it's up to them, not you. You're doing the best you can,
I'm
and
not
I
a
love and
miracle
appreciate you for
worker.
that. Yeah, you're a hero, not a miracle worker. There you go.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
All right. So I have three epigraphs. I'm gonna just get my tongue rolling the right way. Epigraphs, which is like a little poem that I wrote to a prompt, and the prompt was from a line from a poem from our peers. So there's three peers. I'm going to read each line that they wrote, and then I'm going to read the little blurb that I wrote to it. Okay. So hang on, let me get over there to that.
4 minutes.
Okay, so the first one is from In Lieu of Flowers by Shaki G, and the quote is, "How I carry shame and burden across my chest like a purse. I ain't woman." So then to that I wrote, "Vile individuals in charge of children cause them to be ashamed and damage their spirits beyond repair. Thank God children can be resilient. There is no excuse for what they did. They were damaged individuals who left their mark on me and other innocents. We walked with heads bowed and shoulders slumped. We dared not make a sound." And the second one is from Lovely and Suffering by Stacy Dyson. And the quote is, "No fragile bodied creatures, steeped in homage and holiness. Not a one of them wears wings." So this is a little story that I wrote to that. So a couple of months ago, I called a church that was referred to me by the Glassboro Food Bank. Oddly enough, the name of this church was Heaven's Wings. I work for a social service agency, and it's part of the job at times to pick up food for a client. On this particular occasion, I was picking up for a client with 5 kids. Being my first time there, I did not have instructions except to go to the back door of the church, which I did. When I got inside, there was a couple of people. One was vacuuming, another was far off in the distance getting food together for somebody else. There were food in bags already packed up, but no instructions what to do. Standing there for a minute or two, no one assisted me, so I was about to take matters into my own hands. Just as I was about to grab a bag of food, I was approached by a sister in Christ who started asking me what I was doing. I explained why I was there, and she said that I needed to go up to the front door and register with another wingless worker. But don't let looks deceive. This worker's wings were tucked up her sleeves. I said, "Sorry, it was my first time here," and I explained that I started putting things in this bag. The sister in Christ said to leave that bag over there and sounded upset. Sister of the church said, "That bag is not for you." As I was going up to the front, I heard her be atching about me to the other saints of God. And epigraph number 1, which I went backwards, 3, 2, 1. So this one was a quote from A.J. Houston, and the quote was, "Who knew hindsight could really be blind?" So this is what I wrote. One of the many things that is blind. Color blindness used to be where everything was looked at as gray, monotone. Certain colors were indistinguishable from others. When referring to people, it has a different connotation. Colorblind can refer to a person who is not aware of cultural disparities and turns a blind eye to this by saying it doesn't exist. 2 weeks ago, the house next door to me caught on fire. The families got out okay, but everything in the house was destroyed by smoke. The families stood out in the street all day, waiting for the fire to be put out and for the Red Cross to come and take them to a hotel. Last night, I heard gunshots. Today, I heard screaming. A man is still screaming outside right now.
Wow.
Whoa.
That
That
was a
really
picture and a half you painted for
Uh-huh.
us, Sarah. That was amazing.
Wow.
Like, whew, I wanted to comment on that second one too because I actually go to the food bank and stuff because I don't have a job yet. Just got my SIN number finally, my PR, so I can work here. I've been sending out resumes all week. Hopefully I'll be able to go to the grocery store and get food, but yeah, I know how it is in the food bank sometimes. I go to a church and then we go into the food bank in town and it's a little weird. But that last piece, like, was that a true story or did you?
Actually, yes.
Wow, that was intense. That was great. Everybody, unmute yourself and give it up
Thanks.
for Terri Rose.
Wow. Thank you so much for
Yeah,
that.
Terry.
Very good. Very good.
Interesting
That was
approach.
incredibly powerful. Thank you.
Wow.
It's almost like inventing a form.
Yeah, it was cool, man. Oh, you got Coral crying over there. So I guess you did all right. I shed a few
That
tears
was
in that
not my
one.
intent. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Well, hey, sometimes the word is that powerful, you know? And that's why we
Oh,
do
it
this,
can
and that's why
be.
we need to use this as a tool to enlighten the world and spread love and light and, you know,
Yeah.
and unite everyone because I feel that it's us poets that know and that have the voice to be able to speak for the voiceless and to be able to stand up for, you know, what needs to be done. And so, yeah, we're just practicing right now, but soon we're gonna get on the world stage and we're gonna make some big changes. So, yeah. Y'all just keep doing what you're doing. Okay, and thinking of that, we got Mordik over here. Mordik, I don't know. Oh, go cook. Enjoy your food. Thank you so much, Karen. Goodbye. Mordik, welcome. Who brought? I think Kate brought you in tonight, right? It's your first night here. Hey,
Yes.
welcome to Open Minds, Open Mic. If y'all can just all unmute real quick, give a big open mind, open
Welcome.
arms, open heart.
Welcome.
Welcome to
Yes.
Welcome.
Mordik.
Thanks for
Welcome.
coming.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey.
Whoop, whoop.
And thanks for sticking around. And dope necklace, by the way. I fucking love it.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah. And welcome to Open Minds, man. If you could bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah. I'm new to this, and this is my first time on here. Still trying to keep up with everybody. So I got 2 pieces, and this is about something that everybody goes through. It's about writer's block. You get it. Writer's block from hell. What have you done to me? Why won't you let me be? Why won't you please? Why won't you let me write something? Attention span of a goldfish, I feel like. Let me write something. Why won't you let me just write some gibberish, gibberish, gibberish? Well, I've got my answer. It's gibberish, gibberish, gibberish. Maybe I'll write something now. I feel disconnected. Unplug for a minute, and maybe I'll come up with something. But all I get is gibberish, gibberish, gibberish. Well, I've got the answer. I'll make me some coffee with a lot of sugar in it, and I'll write something. But no, you're not gonna leave me because all I get is gibberish, gibberish, gibberish. But I've got the answer. Maybe I'll go out and try to come up with something. But no, you strike again. Why won't you let me be? What's all this gibberish, gibberish, gibberish? Now I'm pissed off. My antidepressants are done. I lay my head on my notebook, but all of a sudden I was gonna write something. I get my head off of my notebook and I start writing. I'm digging for gold. I'm idle. I'm numb. I laugh hysterically, but is it even me laughing? Now I'm thinking of what I forgot about doing, or maybe watch a porno. Hell no, that's not gonna happen. Now I'm thinking about an audience receiver. Or maybe I should get me a girl, fall in love. That might fix this. But now I'm thinking it'll never last. Gibberish, gibberish, gibberish. Made my night. At least that now I've written something down.
Oh my goodness! Before you read that second one, hold on, y'all. Unmuting
Wow.
and welcome, Mordik. That was great. We've all experienced that gibberish,
Killer.
gibberish,
That was
gibberish.
good.
That was good, man. I hope that that
Great
broke your
piece.
writer's block spell, because that was good, man.
Yeah. Yeah, my second one. It's about my life these past 2 weeks, basically. Let me start. Sick and tired, listening to Leonard Skinner, dreaming about being a fool. I ain't no tool. Maybe I'll try needle and spoon and be on my way to the moon. My eyes are twitchy. My brain is dizzy. I feel like a tweaker, but I'm a sober asylum seeker. How could this be? What has taken over me? This rendition, this oppression, fuck your tradition. This religion has conditions. This doctrine makes my head spin. Joe Breaker, you're a taker.
Yeah, powerful stuff, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone
Uh,
unmute and give it up for Mordik and
Hey.
welcome him again. And remember, you gotta come back here next Friday. We want to see more. We want to hear more. Welcome to the fam.
Please come back.
Welcome.
Yeah, Mordik, come back. Very good.
Thank you, guys.
Definitely. All right. Hopefully you stick around for round two, because we got quite a bit of people that are still hanging out. We got 15 in the room. I think about 13, 14 of us are spin. We got like 10 people on round two list. Coming up next, we got another open mind staple. This man, y'all need to follow them on Instagram, because they be posting the dopest poems like on a regular. So Principe, if you can unmute yourself, if you could post your Instagram in the chat, y'all need to follow, because they be putting out some dope content on Instagram, and we love you. Well, bless us with some words.
It's poem called Without Them. My penetrating black eyes gnaw on the colorful sky. I sit here thinking about how somewhere in my past life I may have been a voodoo master. Besides, my ancestors came here in the 1800s from Haiti. Besides, my ancestors came here in the 1800s from Haiti. The other side came from Honduras. Without them, there wouldn't be no me. I would be an afterthought, a pipe dream, perhaps another soul that glows so brightly. No January baby eater. A side note, I rose on January 24th. My grandmother was a strong and stubborn woman. She is never too far from my memory. If her spirit saw me, she would remember me. That's my poem right there.
Yo, Prince, I love the shout out to your grandma too. Yo, it's so deep and oh, I love it. Yo, if y'all can unmute, give it up for Principe. Principe, drop that Instagram in the chat. People want to follow you. They want to hear more. We love you. Thank you for coming through. Everybody unmute, give it up for Principe.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah,
Principe. Thank you.
It's great.
All right, so we're gonna keep this thing moving, because we want to get um uh one last poem from Diane, but we just got to get through two more people, and then we get a little poem from Diane, and it's getting late for her. She got to go to sleep and all, make some dinner and tuck into bed, and bathe in the love that we all gave her tonight. Like, you just got to lay there and just roll around in the warmth of all the love that everybody in this room gave you all night. It's such a wonderful feeling, and just, yeah, enjoy it. So, coming up next, we got Fernandes. I was late, but I got some news. Daniel, if you can unmute yourself and bless us with this wet paint, we would appreciate it, brother.
Hello. Sorry, I was muted and didn't even pay attention.
I was just
Anyways,
about to say something, but I was like, he'll figure it out in a second.
so yes, I do have two new poems actually. I'll perform both. And the first one is a surprise. So this one is, I'm just gonna jump straight into it. They're around the same length. And the first one is Open Minds, Open Mic. So this is how it goes. Open the mind and unwind, rhyme and pass the time. Speak from the heart because that's not a crime. Laugh for a bit because it's needed sometimes. Open mind, open mic. Come in and stay the night. It's Friday, we don't bite. Share the words, our souls ignite. Open mind, open mic. Spread the love because it's right. Get higher than a kite. Vibe and chill while remaining polite. Join open minds, open mic, the chillest space to be on a Friday night. Give our poetry voices no one can overwrite. Use our spirits as lanterns to enlight. Starts at 7 p.m. Eastern time. We give a moment to settle in before our passions shine. Poems so epic and wild when combined. Collaborations out of this world, it's divine. A featured poet to absorb mesmerizing talent. Every week it's someone different and the skills are balanced. It can make you cry with enough tears to fill up 5 gallons. Poetry is personal, so that type of shit just happens. Open mind, open mic. Come in and stay the night. It's Friday, we don't bite. Share the words, our souls ignite. Open mind, open mic. Spread the love because it's right. Get higher than a kite. Vibe and chill while remaining polite. There is also round 2 for an encore. Read from your collection to get them screaming for more. Does the length matter? It doesn't, of course. We know it'll be as dope as Singapore. There's freestyle night here and there, right after the show, so always be prepared. I can't bust a rhyme out of thin air. It's dope to watch others though, which is fair. Get in the zone with your head clear. I understand the fear, but magic will appear. Give it a try and move some gears. Have fun as we do this 52 times a year. Spread the word to grow this community. Respect and care, elements of a family. Using a pen which becomes more valuable than jewelry. Feature so spectacular being delivered beautifully. Open mind, open mic. Come in and stay the night. It's Friday, we don't bite. Share the words, our souls ignite. Open mind, open mic. Spread the love because it's right. Get higher than a kite. Vibe and chill while remaining polite. Thank Thomas and his wife for their effort. They will move mountains with poetry to endeavor. Let's support and help since we are stronger together. Reading pages of our souls which are read for pleasure. Opening the mind, and you should do the same. Join in and don't be worried about shame. That doesn't exist here. It was burned in flames, just pain from our brains that life doesn't explain. So write it down to see what's gained. Fill the page with nothing but rain. Analyze the results and appreciate the skill you've obtained. Come back next Friday so we can do it all again. Open mind, open mic. Come in and stay the night. It's Friday. We don't bite. Share the words, our souls ignite. Open mind, open mic. Spread the love because it's right. Get higher than a kite. Vibe and chill while remaining polite. Thank you.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh my god, bro. I'm so
Yes.
excited to show this to Jess, dude. Oh, she's in the back right now. She totally missed that. I'm showing Jess.
I'll play
Yeah.
it on Thursday next week during New Year.
Yeah. Oh, do it on New Year. What?
Yeah, I'll
Yo,
perform it.
that's cool. Ray Jane will appreciate that. We got her featuring soon. Actually, tomorrow I'm gonna be sending out the features list to the email list, and I think I'm gonna make an Instagram post too, because Finn Bell requested it because she has stuff going on Friday, and she's like, I want to make sure that I can, you know, be at the features I want to see, and you know, and not have a show going on at the same time and moving. So I'm gonna post a feature list coming up, and yo, I love that. I love that theme song. I think maybe when we do
Thank
the
you.
YouTube channel, I wanted to make like a video for like the channel itself and have like, you know, like now featuring and then like cutting everybody's names. Or like, you know, welcome to Open Minds. You know how I say the same little intro, welcome to Open Minds, Open Mic, the place to be on a Friday night. You know, and I
Yeah.
was gonna cut that in with a whole bunch of different like videos and me, you know, where different thing, but try to make the audio just like clear with the me saying a bunch, and I think I'm gonna have to throw that on there for sure. That's gonna be the intro video to the YouTube channel. It's gonna be on it, as well as a lot of the kind things that people have said on the audio here, like Skiff. We got some good sound samples from you. We got some good samples from pretty much everyone. As we were editing these videos and cutting the poetry out too, we're cutting out like good little bits that, people just like, man, y'all rock, man. It's a cool place. Like, so we're thinking about making a little collage, like welcome to Open Minds, Open Mic, and then just the cool people. And I appreciate that so much, and I'm so excited to hear the next one. But hold on, can y'all just before he reads this next one, I think we all just need to unmute for a moment and give it up for Daniel.
More.
Daniel, yeah.
Yes. Yes,
Thank you. I
Love
appreciate
you.
it.
Hey, Daniel, you didn't know you were a commercial jingle writer.
Right? He did. I'm
Try a
gonna
little bit of
broadcast it on
everything.
cable, Hey. Daniel, thank you so much for that, man. I really appreciate that. Yo, tonight has been such a wonderful night for me. It was my birthday on Wednesday. I've had 2, 3, 4, I don't know, all these wonderful poems written for my birthday, for open minds and everything, and that tribute just adds to it. And like I appreciate y'all for being here, for hanging out. I know I'm kind of chatting a lot and going slow, but I think tonight's a night to be celebrated, not rushed through. We have one of the most amazing features, and we have like wonderful people in the room, and yeah, I'm just enjoying the night. So, yeah, if you could share that second poem with us, man, we would appreciate it, my good sir.
Of course. And I'm glad you're having a great time. Right, so enjoy that birthday of yours. The second one, actually, I'm gonna perform on Monday. So I was actually thinking, since I'm writing so much, I might as well just say all the new stuff on Fridays and spread it throughout the week. So I'm working on like 2 right now on the side. So I already might have some on the table for next week. Anyways, so this one will be read on Monday, and it's called How to Make a Poet. How to make a poet. Start with the author's vision. Don't be offended, just chill and listen. Poets don't become poets in a couple minutes, turning the ignition on hope and ambition. You take photos of weddings, but never funerals. We paint moments of our life during our downfall, hugging sadness because we feel that it's our fault, when in reality, it's just life throwing a curveball. The urge to write, not just for fun, but to breathe. Jot down observation and twist metaphors with glee. Plant an idea and watch it grow from a seed. Absorb all the opinions in order to succeed. Things can never go smooth, can it? Keeping the day occupied with plans to enrich. Can't invite a friend or else they will ditch. Chasing a high for the moment to flourish. Realms of paper full of reams of paper full of past trauma, bleeding shame in a circle of drama, exhausted but refueled with sangria, getting buzzed as I formulate new ideas. Everyone's lives are different, so who am I to assume how success is handed to those jaded from a fluke? My confidence is shattered due to failure in groups, drinking hope as I cross myself in a prayer from a stoop. Winter is beginning to fade. Days will stretch as the sun stays awake. Kids will run or play arcade. As poets, we illustrate our emotions as they invade. When afraid, we use our bones as chalk and our blood as a grenade. Write an essay with our tears, trying to persuade our demons without making a trade. Throw shade like a blade to prove a point of not wanting them to stay. Dwelling in survivor's guilt, head spinning while staying still, eyes closed as regret kills. Surviving depression takes patience and skill to tear down walls our egos built, just to watch it collapse as if it's on film. Love doesn't pay the bills. Others travel seeking adrenaline from a thrill, as others chill lazy from a pill. If only happiness wasn't forced and instead spilled, being sensitive and bottling up the rage. Tragedy strikes, which is explained on a different page. Sometimes we feel the need to make a change, arrange a lifestyle so that we don't break. There are lessons in life that we refuse to understand, angry for the events that go unplanned. We deal with people that deep down can't withstand, throwing jokes regardless of how they land, putting your heart in between the lines. It's therapy to write anything that comes to mind. It's more soothing than a glass of wine, being distracted from a phone that never shines, disoriented in my own self-made debate, trying to escape the constant bullets of blame, behave in a way most would say brave, complaining about the choices that delays the dream I'm desperate to create. Thank you.
Whoo, Daniel. Yo, so check this out, man. I think I met him. It was before this year, right? It was like sometime in November, December, right? It was
Yeah.
like at the end of last year. So I've only known this man for like 8 months, and he was like, I'm new to the scene. I used to write, back when I was in high school and stuff, and in middle school. But I'm getting back, and I want to do this again. And now he's been
Mm-hmm.
showing up to New York all the time. He's been writing. He's been doing collabs with people. He's been coming to the open mics every week.
Mm-hmm.
He's been writing. And if you notice behind him, duck out the way for a
Yeah.
second. Behind him is a book he released. This man's in his young 20s, right? Early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
I just turned 39. I still don't have my book out. I'd like to. I'm going to. I just started, poetry again recently, but he's already on top of it. I started like, less than a year ago, and he's already jumped on it. Like I got a book out. I got so much, and yeah, bars, bars, bars. This is Mr. Bars right here. Hashtag bars. Daniel, thank you so much for that song and that thing. And I think that's such a great writing exercise to like write about what a poet is and what it
Mm-hmm.
takes it, because then you consider it and you think about it and you go, and that'll help you grow as a poet. And I've
Mm-hmm.
watched you over these last 8 months, from when you first started to like that the new stuff you're writing now, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I've watched you grow and develop, and you're learning from some of the best poets around, because you go to the right spots and you hear the right
Mm-hmm.
people, and we chat with you and you get the inspiration, and we help you, we critique you, and you're doing amazing, man, and I appreciate you coming through. Everyone unmute and give it up for Daniel Fernandez. This
Thank
young
you.
man's on fire,
Thank
man.
you. I really appreciate it.
Thanks
Yeah,
again, Daniel.
Daniel.
Thank
Shout
you.
Hello.
Work. Thank you.
We got him
That's love.
blushing.
That's love.
We got him blushing. You see that? We got him blushing. I'm blushing stuff from that Open Minds track. That was good, man. That was good. Yeah, let's keep this thing going. We got one more person in round one, and then Diane's gonna give us one short poem for an encore, or one long poem. I don't know if she just said one poem, because then she gotta go to sleep, and we don't want to keep her up too late. So we got Whisper Poet coming up next, and then Diane Ward's gonna give us an encore, and we're gonna loop back around for round two. So yeah, Diane, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words. Thank you so much for doing this tonight. We just had an amazing night, and it's all because of you, and we appreciate you.
Whisper isn't here. Whisper is not here.
Oh wait, yeah, I don't know why I introduced you. No, Whisper is there. Okay,
There she is.
I got
Okay.
confused for a
There
second,
she
because
is.
I was like, yeah, we got her. I was still stuck in the thank you so much, Diane, but I forgot Whisper. Yeah, Whisper Poet. You're gonna end us up on end up round one, and then we'll have a encore from Diane Ward. So Whisper Poet, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It is good to be here. Haven't seen everybody in a while. Kind of been down the rabbit hole a little bit, but glad to be back. And on your birthday weekend of all weekends. So I think the last time I was on here, I was a little like wildly emotional, and still going through it, a little more controlled. So I'm still working through it, and I'm going to share some stuff that I've written about that. This is called Mosaic. I was whole once, fusiform and smooth. My reflection told a story of a girl full of life, with eyes filled with rainbows yet to be chased. But somehow I broke myself, and what had been whole was now wholly destroyed. The pieces of me now lie in fragments, strewn across a landscape of love I destroyed, dreams I poisoned, and hearts I trod upon. There is no glue or staple or tacky tape that can mend the damage I have done. All that is left is the endless cycle of existence. The dried bones of the clock rattle incessantly on the hour, counting down the minutes until I can quietly expire.
Wow. I guess I could still tell you still have some of that emotion, but now that you've calmed down a bit, you've been able to to write it out a little more better. Yeah, the dry bones of the clock, like
Yeah, dry
yeah,
bones of the
that
clock.
part,
Yeah.
right? Like that part. Everyone unmute and give it up for Whisper Poet. What a beautiful piece.
Beautiful piece, Whisper.
Woo-hoo.
Let's go with Sir.
So good. And Whisper, we hope you stick around for round two, but Miss Diane Ward needs to log off, so we're gonna let her go ahead and do uh, another encore here for us to end up the night, and then we'll roll on. All of us, you know, late night people will stay up, we'll share some more poetry. But Diane, if you could bless us with some, and thank you again so much. This is the birthday I wanted. When I went to book you for this day, I did it for a reason because I was like, this is the birthday weekend I want. Like this is, I just love you, and it's been such a
You
wonderful
said that.
night. The people, yeah, this is why I
You
booked
said
you when I
it's my
booked you.
birthday weekend, and you said, "Oh, that's my birthday week. You have to feature." I want to leave you with this one piece. It's called "Living,"
Mm.
and not a long piece, but I think that it's not about length. It's about
Yeah,
you
ask
know
Nemo about that. He knows
content.
about that. Yeah,
It's
it's
about
about the
content.
punch it
It's
packs.
content, and you can have haiku that are powerful, and that's only 3 lines, right? 575, but I think that this would be a good piece for me to end this evening on, called "Living." And the prompt was lost and found, and I came up with the title "Living." It was given by Julian Matthews, a wonderful poet, a wonderful writer. I needn't find what I did not lose. Instead, this is a case of remembering and utilizing what I was giving. I found remembered a fast-track use for prayer, more essential than before. I found remembered a fast-track gratefulness for reliable, genuine friends, more crucial than before. I found remembered an immediate use for discernment, more relevant than before. I found remembered an immediate love and utility for having limited patience. I found remembered an insightful use for decision making that was always under my control anyway, and remembered what's not seemingly in my control. I can alter various ways to meet my future passionately head on. I found lessons in every aspect of my life, and I love finding avenues never explored before, because the excitement of the finding, the seeking, the presently unknown becomes known. So, what are losses? Losses are holding places for the temporarily unremembered or newly acquired, newly found truth. Valuable, essential lessons I'll never lose, but keep and remember to utilize until I die. Thank you, Thomas. Happy birthday.
Oh,
Thank you so
Happy
much,
birthday,
Diane.
Thomas,
thank
Mom.
you.
You went through
Yes,
this
thank
39 years
Yeah, it's her
ago.
birthday,
God
Tori. She
bless
gave
Oh,
you.
birth on this day, so it's
yes,
a different
I
kind of
That's right.
birth.
birthed
God
a
bless you.
beautiful, talented, wonderful boy.
Thank you very much. Enjoy
Diane,
anyway.
we enjoy hearing you.
Thank
Yeah.
you, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
We
you so
enjoy.
much, Diane. Everybody, let's give a big thanks and say goodnight to the lovely Diane Warden.
Woohoo, Diane!
Gracious.
Truly good to
Thank
hear you.
you. Good night.
Good night, Dan.
What a beautiful night. All right. So let's keep this thing rolling. We're going to roll into round two. I'm kind of looking at the list and seeing who's still here, who's not. And I don't have time to do that, so I'm just gonna post a list coming up. If they're not here, we'll skip them or I'll star them or delete them. But coming up next, we got the Magus, Gustav, Sallas.
Hey, everybody. I didn't have anything planned for round two, so I'm just going to do one of my classics. This is The Gaian Epiphany. I just had an epiphany. It's all become clear like cut glass crystal from Tiffany that all of this, all we see, we're an organism, interplanetary. God, we're Gaia. We're chaos born. We're not some womb from which we're torn, but rather we're one single entity, one world of infinite diversity. E pluribus unum is one way to put it. And until you see it, your third eye's hooded from the beauty of this revelation, for you must see the implication. Sex, race, religion, these are artificial memes. And by dividing, we've conquered our own higher dreams of evolving into the Gaia mind. Or you're willfully choosing to be blind? Then you devolve to become what you believe. Outside this whole as you perceive, a parasite on this earth, our host, you always hurt what you love the most. Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost are patriarchy's highest toast, and monotheism's predicted a disaster, but our destiny we can master, and our higher minds illuminate that ours is Gaia's fate, and the tree of life you must not kill. Love and do what thou will. As above, so below. Love your mother. Let it grow, let it grow, let it grow, let it grow, let it grow. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Magus.
Wow, that was great.
Wow.
Oh,
Let's
We
go.
we love that
yeah.
poem, and like you said, like I listen to some of my favorite songs every day. So like, you can read that poem to me every day, and I'm gonna enjoy it every time. And a lot of people spit some Gaian poems tonight, so it fit right in, man. I appreciate you performing again for us, man. That was great. My wife's like, "Oh, is Megan spin?" I was like, "Yeah." She had to come jump in. I was like, "You missed Daniel's. Daniel did a song about open minds." Like, oh, but she'll see it. I'll show it to her. Let's keep this thing rolling though. Gustav, thank you so much, man, for being such an integral part of Open Minds. Like I said, you're the third cog in this wheel. Like we love and
I
appreciate
love you, brother.
you. You actually, I have a surprise for you coming up soon. I'm just gonna say it all nonchalant like that, cause you know, just how it goes. Um, yeah, so coming up next, we have a newcomer. They've been here twice before, and we absolutely love everything they do, and we're so happy that they're part of our fam now. Um, Coral Rites, if you could unmute yourself and bless us with some words, we would appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a different poem selected for second round, but then I found out it was your birthday, and the energy feels like it needs to shift. So while I didn't write this for you, I'm reading this for you, but also I hope it, touches some other folks too. It's called Intentionally with Attention. I pray ease finds you for ease of the body and the mind. I pray for inspiration for your soul, so you may forget yourself and instead live in a moment of egolessness, of flow, where your emotional body innately remembers its purpose and can flourish without once remembering its physical form. When all the ways your body has betrayed you is forgiven, where your mind projects outward and you start to create the reality your higher mind remembers from its plans, and all the ways your mind has betrayed you is forgiven. Where your soul spins the magic only you can create, and you create that magic intentionally with attention. I pray for you to be blessed with community, to be blessed with a solid foundation of mutual care, to not be alone in this lifetime, that you remember to trust that it will be there for you when you need it, and that you continue to feed into the community even when you are not in need. May you live life fully and brightly, even in the moments of darkness when society thinks you ought to collapse. that your community will lend you their light so that you remember your own. Don't let the darkness fool you into thinking you are alone. You are not.
Oh, I love that. Thank you.
That was beautiful.
That was cool.
That was cool. I
Even
like
though it
that.
wasn't written for me, I feel it was.
Oh, that was really good.
Yeah, it fit the theme of the night, and I feel um really grateful that you read that. Everybody unmute for a moment and give it up for Choral Rites.
Woo!
Yeah.
That was beautiful. Thank you.
Oh,
So good.
And thank you for coming back, and we hope to see more of you. We just love you. So welcome to the family, and yeah, keep coming back. Coming up next, we got my brother from another mother with words like no other. Lightning strikes down sometimes, and then you crack a vine or a vein, and you see a rhyme in your brain, and this rhyme comes out, and his name is Mr. Ed Poetastic, the most drastic period dinosaur of poetry that we've ever saw, Mr.
Woo
Edward
woo!
Foreman.
Mr. Edward Foreman, man, brother like no other words like thunder. Hello, I got one short poem and another poem, and this is called Unforgettable Birthday. I'm wishing you a birthday you never will forget, a day packed full of pleasure, your very best birthday yet. And when your birthday's over, I'm wishing quite sincerely that happiness and joy and fun will fill your birthdays yearly. Happy birthday! Woo!
Thank you,
Yeah.
Eddie. Thank you.
Awesome.
I, I love you, man. Thank you.
I love you too. I got one more. Let's see, which one can I? Oh, what the heck? I like this one. This is called Vitamin Weed. Yeah, you getting the spirit. Is it a legal plant or medical herb? Well, whatever, I'll take it. Don't look too disturbed. Why not take a long puff or eat it? Man, this green can really hit. The green weed isn't so bad. Help the arthritis in your grandparents' hands. It makes you more happier than sad. Hope you can fully understand. Some claim it is a killer, but it's a healer. How do you commit a crime with the munchies? I'm just saying, some people can be yarn spinners, mixing boring reality into exciting fantasy. When you're high, everything is funny, sunny, and perfect. Everyone is chill and not doing wrong. Smoking or eating too much can make you sick. Breathe slowly, relax, and listen to your favorite songs. After, you get a little sleepy with colorful dreams. Don't worry, it's a mild hallucination. Ride your brightly colored rainbow stream. Freely travel to your inner, personalized destination. You can smell it, puff it, or eat it, then carelessly daydream. You earn a long, calming, soothing, and uplifting vacation. Woo!
Yeah, Eddie. That's dope. You don't even smoke marijuana, do you?
No, I eat it.
You eat
Gummies,
it?
brownies, cookies.
Okay. You didn't strike me as the smoker, but I'm glad that every once in a while you get your little edible and get to relax and enjoy just comfort. And I usually don't smoke much, but you know, I still indulge here and there, and it's my birthday weekend, so I've been puffing on a half-gram joint that my wife got me for my birthday. So, yeah, that was dope. Um, we're gonna keep this thing rolling. Up next, we got
Woo
Nemo
woo.
Sum. Oh wait, I forgot. Everybody, unmute and give it up for Ed. Yo, he wrote me a birthday thing too, and
yeah.
that means give it up for
Hey,
Ed.
Let's go,
Hey,
Eddie.
Yay.
Happy
yeah.
birthday.
Woo.
love
Woo!
these
Happy
poems.
birthday! Woo! Woo! Woo!
Thanks, brother. Thanks, brother. All right, now to my other brother, um, Nemo Sum. What you got for us? Bless us
Thank you.
with some of these words, man.
Happy birthday, by the way. I don't think I said that in round one.
Well, if
Yeah.
you did, I'll take two of them.
All right, there we go. Sounds like a deal. Since we're changing things, I was gonna read one thing, but I'm gonna change it up and I'm gonna read this. It's a micro triptych. It's a relief to let go, to feel the crack that's been there the whole time, the heartbreak that's been coming all along. Help wanted, urgent to fill. Must have experience with crisis and crashes, crying. Must know interventions, be able to read intentions, be okay with failing. Must be able to handle doubt. Perfect candidate has been broken, has been hopeless, has been lost. Must be able to find the light at the end of the tunnel, or at least never stop trying. Serious inquiries only. Someone's going to die today. Someone's going to get shot right in the face today. Someone's going to fall today. Going to think, so this is what it's like while they go. Someone's going to pull the plug today. Going to swallow hard and call it off. Someone's going to leave a note today. Going to try to explain why they gave up but fail. Someone's going to lose someone today. Going to want to rip the molten heart from their heaving chest. Someone's going to get sick today. Going to have to figure out what to do with the little time they have left. Someone's getting blown up today. Going to be vaporized by something nobody's flying and a bomb nobody saw coming. Someone's going to get saved today. Going to feel the strength of the arm that pulls them away from danger. Going to cry at being worth saving. Someone's going to get born today. Someone's going to fall in love today. Someone's going to rise today. Going to stand back up, despite the pain, despite the doubt, despite having every reason to stay down.
Fuck
Thank
yeah, man. Yeah, those three are so fucking powerful. That second
That
one
was
too. I
very
don't know if I've heard that
powerful.
one before. That one was fucking
Wow.
dope, man. All of them though.
Very good.
Yeah, Kite got lucky. She showed right back in at the end of that last fucking triptych, man. Like, fuck yeah, dude. He showed up at the right time. Nemo, thank you so much. Everyone unmute and give
Thank
it up
you.
for Nemo Sum.
Thank you. It's
Ooh,
been so
Nemo.
great to be here. I
Yes.
love being here on a Friday night. So thank you. Love
Yeah,
hearing
man.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you for being here on Friday nights, man. Yeah, we got a few more poets coming up, and then I think we might even roll into round three. It's still kind of early for me. I know it's getting late for y'all on the East Coast, but y'all, it's my birthday weekend. I'll sit here until the last person standing, and I'll just be freestyling by myself after that. So yeah, we're gonna
Maybe we
keep
all go
things.
to Waffle House and spit some words up in there.
You paying?
Hey, it's your birthday. It's on me.
All right, I'll start driving now. Where are you at? New Jersey?
No, darling, I'm with Nemo in North Carolina.
North. Oh, that's even further. Oh gosh. Okay, I'll be there in about 7 days of driving. It took me 9 days to drive from here, from Florida to here, so I think I can get to North Carolina in about 7. So, yeah, let's keep this thing rolling, man. We're having a wonderful time. Thank you all for still being here. We still got 10 people in here rolling strong, and it's been almost 4 hours. I appreciate you all for hanging out with me on my birthday. We've been hearing some amazing poetry. We got some fresh newbie blood in the building, and like they're dropping bombs on us. And one of them, it's their first time here tonight. We got Mordik. Mordik, if you can unmute yourself and bless us with some more words, like we need more. We need more, Dick. We need more.
Okay. I wasn't planning anything, but I got a short one for you. Anyway. Blurry vision, bloody vision. The veins in my eyes go red. My highness squinters my eyes shadowed by darkness. I can't see clearly, or can I? Blurry vision, bloody vision. Which vision is truer? I should be sure that we shall be fewer.
Wow. That's like one of the micro, like what do you think, Nemo? That he crammed a
Yeah,
lot of
that was a
emotion
month.
and imagery
Yeah,
in a short little
yeah,
poem there, man.
yeah.
If Nemo gives you
Uh-oh.
Oh. I don't know what happened. I was lagging first. Okay.
Thank you, Rose.
Well, I think we lost our host. Whoops. Thomas.
Hey, everybody. I think we lost Thomas. I think I will have to. I think I will have to take over as host. Let's move along. And let me go to the list here. Sorry, I'm a little out of it. Oh, Thomas is back. We're golden. You don't have to rely on my crummy hosting capacity. Here we go.
I'm back in a certain capacity. My power in my whole house just shut off and restarted. So my computer's coming back up now. I just joined on my phone real quick. While my computer boots up here and my internet and everything turns back on. I'll be back in full capacity in a moment. Where were we? What just happened? When I think I was in the middle of saying something when it shut off. So I think I was about to introduce the next person. Mordik just did that short poem. Oh yeah, and he was getting the Nemo nod. Cool. All right,
Principe is next.
Principe, I think might have left unless Principe is in the room. But I think they might have left.
Yeah.
Let me my computer just started back up. So okay, so up next we had Daniel Fernandes again in the Whisper Poet, and then we're gonna loop back to round 3. In the meantime, I'm gonna wait for my computer to fully boot up here. I'm gonna open up Zoom on here, and I'll be back in a second. Daniel, if you want to just go ahead and get started, and it should just switch me back over to
God. Sure, I'll just jump in. All right, so one out, instead of doing 2 pieces, I'll do one long one. It will be the length of 2. And this one is one I wrote about a month ago, month and some change, and it's called Hugging Sleep Deprivation, which is something that I just had to get on paper at the time. All right, so here's how it goes. There are things I've done that I am not proud of, working until my body says, that's it, we're done. Awake until sleep deprivation gives me a punch. The things I deal with living month after month. My problems are in my head like Donald Kimball, interviewing suspects of a disappearance to see who's at fault, laughing along knowing they can't recall. Events are out of order as if you hit a brick wall. I wish I had the bravery of Doug White, annoyed at life for manipulating everything's all right, lying about opportunities for those who are polite, livid about innocence that I am unable to write, depressed and confused from lack of sleep, forcing my eyes so I can remain on the street, going berserk from amplified thoughts, Mariana Trench deep, agony visits to bring you to your knees, ignore the demons to find peace in ways that are unique, listening to music with the AC blasting became my technique. It's been 50 hours since I last slept and I lost track on what I can't keep. This is a rough example of how I'm starting to cope every week. Talk is cheap because opinions are expensive. Be careful in public because everything is offensive. Our bodies survive by instinct and being defensive. relative. We died to live, but according to everyone, it is what it is. It's sad because I failed to do everything by the book, putting my feet in water and losing my foot. Yet I kept quiet and smiled as I would, hopeless with no choice but to push. Work, invest, save, and diversify. Success was verified. Markets crashed, and I held on to hope and pride. Broke with late payments, breathing intensifies. Couldn't deal with reality of contemplated suicide. No need to be alive. It was told by my mind. No, not this time. So I rhymed to set the pain aside. Applied a guide to provide and survive. Try to be kind, even when denied. I cried at my prime. I don't want to describe. Let the phone chime as my thoughts rewind. Putting pressure so that I can't decide. Let's face it, I'm here, so I didn't die. I work 4 jobs and it's still not enough. Maybe soon I'm in a better place. Please don't judge. Sliding around as if I'm a hockey puck. Just got the last job, so I'm possibly in luck. A warehouse manager, Uber driver, shipping associate, and a writer. Joining contests whenever possible as long as I can enter. Making decisions oblivious to what I can acquire. God knows money is difficult to come by, although I'm no financial advisor. 2 days of being away from home, working until I can officially own, deal with enough pressure I can practically be a stone. Life is hard for everyone. Ignore the ones they say they don't. I lost everything I had. All that's left is my car. I have to trade what I love as my passion drifts apart. Need to get a Toyota or a Lexus and be smart. Deal with life not giving me what I want. In the bathroom with hot water against my back, the steam elevates above the shower curtains as I reflect on my past. Smashed like glass, unable to keep intact. Debt made itself known as I deal with the impact. I can't write because my body can't function. Lacking dreams and rest, physical destruction. Love at first sight is a fabrication. You crave things you assume are essential, putting unnecessary priorities up front. I tried to let my boss understand and request in advance. He turned the blame onto me and didn't give my side a chance. Said I'm not a bank and had the audacity to shake hands. Poisoned by anxiety and frustrated on where I stand. I made a poem for the guy, but he's not the type. Reject words that came from the soul. Damn, that's what a cut to the artery is like. Bleeding out as I climb back on that bike, on the trail of life as the IRS is trigger happy, which isn't right. I didn't even do my taxes because I didn't save enough to pay it. Struggling to be optimistic and starting to run low on my patience. Hospital bills, insurance, food, and immigration. Can't forget rent, gas, loan, and car payments. I don't know what to do, so I work my way around it. Sleeping like a bullfrog, I'm no longer a rabbit. Mentally exhausted from seeing the world in tinted glasses. Stress consumed me as anguish has me surrounded. The older you get, the fewer people you trust. Lose your energy and age like rust. We tease and strip to spark lust. Do what mammals do and claim it's real love. The government shot my dreams and it ricocheted to my ambition. Searching for a notepad for my salvation. Jot down everything as if it's for education. Hallucinating will destroy you with medication. Time is disrespected like poor navigation. Have my observations penned for others' appreciation. At this point, I'm like a standard wallpaper. There with no attention nor decor, irritable and tired, all dried out like a used Sharpie marker, hopefully getting by so I don't end up at God's acre. Stuffing my spirit with buoyancy, weak on the eyes from waking up so early, kissing my girl, knowing life doesn't guarantee, doing my best, although many will disagree. I try to tell myself that I'm okay, for better or worse, stretching optimism and pray that it'll work, healing my cuts and bruises like a good nurse, moving forward literally but technically in reverse, turning at every corner, unsure on the destination. We clear checks, which all goes to inflation, cautious and afraid as if there's radiations, making poem because it's an obligation, writing less and less as if it'll fade from existence, listening to music as my body relaxes from the vibration, trying to get above the surface because I'm behind on my payments, jumping into situations hoping for a better location. I can't lose myself due to seeking redemption. I have no choice but to hug sleep deprivation. Thank you.
Yo, Daniel. Yeah, but I'm not a rapper. Yo, bars, 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 son.
Yeah, Daniel.
Unmute everybody and just give it up for this young man. So talented.
Yeah.
E-Pop.
That was fantastic.
E-Pop.
E-Pop.
EPOV.
EPOV. So if you guys don't know what EPOV is, it was his like rapper name. He was like, this is my name. It's going EPOV,
Yeah.
right? And I was like, what's that mean? He goes, everyone's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's deep, bro. Like a high schooler coming up, like that's gonna be my rap name, EPOV. Like
Yeah.
everyone's point of view. Like this boy was meant for greatness. Like he's in high school thinking like my rap name is gonna be everyone's point of view. Like. And
Thank you.
I love it. Like I love that one poem too that you did, like from the perspective of the daughter, the mom, and the dad, and like
Mm-hmm.
this story that like you just made up, but it was like a very real, relatable story that happens so many times over again, and so like I love it, man. Like you've got a grasp on the human condition, and because you're in it, you're living it, and you know that everyone's going through the same ish. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, we really appreciate you. Let's keep this thing rolling though, because I want to go into round 3. I want to keep going, man. It's my birthday weekend. We all hanging out. So coming up next, Whisper Poet. Thank you so much for coming around. I think Nemo brought you here, and then you introduced me to Tim. I wish him a happy Father's Day too, by the way. He showed up the other day. I might even call him up soon and be like, "Yo, come jump in on some freestyles with us." But yeah, I appreciate Nemo for bringing Whisper, and Whisper, I appreciate you for being you. So if you could bless us with some words, we'd appreciate it.
Well, I wrote just a teeny little birthday poem for you. Happy, happy birthday, Mr. Thomas Open Minds. You and Mrs. Thomas are the glue of Friday night. Your hospitality is unquestionable. Your heart comes shining through, providing all a safe space with the flavor and quirk of you.
Oh my God, I'm about to cry again.
Oh no, that was so beautiful.
As we're editing this video too, remember I said I was gonna make playlists for everyone? I think I'm gonna have one playlist which is like from today, like all the birthday poems, but not just for me, but for everyone. Whenever it's someone's birthday, we usually try to, but it's like we need to have like a birthday playlist, or a tribute playlist too, because people have tribute poems to people and like a collab playlist and like, I hope by the next couple of months we can get all these edited up because just I love these nights and I want to be able to go on my TV and pull up my channel and watch these poems again when I want, like it's amazing. Thank you so much. And
You are welcome.
in the spirit of me thanking you guys and stuff, I don't know if a lot of you guys have heard this. I read it just a few times, and I think a lot of people in this room might not have heard it. But I wrote this like back in October, like a few months, like 2 months after like the open mic started and it was just doing good. I was like, man, like I named it Thanks, Fam. I just wanted to say the day I decided to create this space, I was looking for a safe place for me to find my voice and vent. Little did I know it would make a dent in this community. Gained poetic immunity. It's insane, all the people who flew to me. You all seriously grew on me. Open minds, open arms. Y'all showed me so much love, made me feel I could do no harm. It revitalized my soul, gave me purpose. The first show I did, I was so fucking nervous. By week 3, seeing what it became to be, a beautiful zoo full of creative creatures, off the leash with the dopest features. It blew my mind how over time the amazing poets stood in line just to share love and rhyme. I really need to get this off my chest. Being around all of you, I truly feel blessed. So from the very bottom of my heart, thank you all for shining light in my dark. And so that
amazing.
was, I don't know, a lot of y'all might not have heard that one, so I
That
wanted
was
to.
everything.
Yeah.
Oh, Thomas, that was
Awesome.
beautiful. Wow.
Love that.
And then in the spirit of I've been smoking a joint tonight. I'm like halfway through it almost. I've been taking little puffs and putting it out and stuff. But in the spirit of Ed Poetastic's poem and all that, I'm gonna read a little weed poem. Well, sort of. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be quick, and I'm gonna read two short weed poems. And this first one's called "Breathe Weed." Breathe. Breathing. Seemingly to perform complex chemistry, fusing, diluting many gases, past this, now past that, to pass waiting for the future to grab slack, burn it back. Don't return it whack. I like my blunt stacked. Real sticky, icky, no bullish. I'm past that. Twigs and seeds and cash bowls. I'm too old for that nonsense. I want that bomb sense. Amelia, twist it tight. The type of herb that'll kill ya. 2 puffs and I'm done. Pass it on. I laugh long. While my left lung shivers and itches, I'm in stitches. Witching I didn't spit this. I'm ridiculous. And the second weed one, that's this one.
Yes. Oh,
No, I
wow.
love that.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was
Yeah.
Bar.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. So this one is called This Morning. I woke up this morning, right on time. No more morning, just vibrant chimes. Heavenly bells resonating in my skull. I took a deep breath in and stood tall. Reached towards the sky, grateful for all my aches and pains simply melted away. What a glorious day, I said to myself, grateful for my health and my life. My wife smiled and gave me a kiss. Swimming in pure bliss, I started to frolic and skip. I did a little twist, ending up outside. Sun in my eyes, the warmth matched my pride. Head held high, mind at ease. Whispers from the trees told me to believe I could do anything. This must be a dream. Am I awake? Is this fate? Is my life this great? If so, I accept this blessing. No more stressing, no grief. Such a relief. Finally at peace, a place my demons can't reach. Did I breach into a new reality? Better check the gravity. Falling backwards, I closed my eyes. As my body crashes down, I realize this must be real life. I think I just woke up, still high. Thomas, my baby, love y'all. Thanks for being here for my birthday.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peace. Love and peace. Good night, Tom. My mama's gonna go to bed.
I'm look,
I
it's
had a
11 o'clock.
blast.
Oh,
Wait, wait, wait.
Yeah, no, I had a blast.
Mama,
This
Thomas.
was a lot of fun.
Good night.
Wait,
Good
wait,
night.
Mama. Please wait.
Oh, wait.
I had one that I wanted you and Mrs. Thomas to hear.
Okay, I'll stay. Sure.
Go ahead, Whisper.
Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
All right, this is something that I wrote on Mother's Day, and it's kind of giving props to the generations of women and the strength that flows through that matriarchal line.
Yo, so wait, before you start this, I'm gonna say something real quick. My wife was like, the women have always been here. Because you need a mother to give birth and give birth and give birth. Men die out, different lines die out and stuff, right? But there's been one woman and the line of women have always been here. That chain doesn't get broken. There's been one singular woman chain, whereas the men could die, drop seed and die off, whatever, but like there's always been a line of women. And so that's so cool you wrote a poem about it.
Smart woman, your wife. No wonder you
She
drove
is.
all the way across the country to get to her.
Right? She's so cool. I love her so much, man. Like she really is my soulmate. Like she's my other half, and I just absolutely love her so much.
That's awesome. Okay, you ready? This is for the ladies. This is called the Morning Glory. I am a weed, born from the root of my family tree, heartwood strong and grown from the DNA of the women who toiled and bled and pulled life from the soil of the gardens they planted to keep us fed and rooted in the knowledge of who we are and where we came from. Weeds abide when everything else gives up and dies. Try to chop us from the ground, but we go deep, and the roots of us are all around. From the rich black soil of my grandmother's garden, my bones grew long. This ancestral ground made me strong. It is the refuge where I gave witness to my failures and crimes. And when I fell and broke my own heart and tore it to shreds, I cast it into the garden of my ancestors' love, sure that it was dead and beyond hope. But DNA doesn't lie. And their ashes gave rise to the flower weed that survived. A pink petal phoenix bathed in the dew of my mother's tears. I am a flower born from the stalks of love my mother's mother planted into the chromosomal plasma of my existence. The recipes of love and life and heart tattooed on the lining of my veins. My blood pumps with the wisdom they bequeathed. This ancestral gift is my foundation. It is my armor and salvation, my lifeline and my destination. I am the morning glory in my grandmother's garden. I am the daughter of my mother and the mother of my daughter. I am a warrior woman descended from wise women. My roots are strong. And one day, the daughter of my daughter will find her strength in our garden. She will dig her toes into our generational dirt and feel the branches of the tree. And there, among the bones of her matriarchal line, the morning glory will bloom and she will shine.
Wow.
That was so dope.
That was beautiful. Oh, I'm so glad I stayed for that. Oh my gosh.
Thank
Oh
you.
my
That was for
God.
you, Mama. Good night. We love
Thank
you. Thanks for
Good
coming
night.
by.
Oh, I'm so blessed.
Yeah.
Good night.
Whisper Poet, that was
Wow.
spectacular. Wow.
That was.
Thank you so much.
All right. So I think coming up next up, we're just gonna have Gustav. Gustav, you want to do a collab for the who's here? Mordik,
Sure,
Christian
which
Base Gang?
one?
There, I think Daniel might have heard all of them. I'm not sure, but if there's one that Daniel hasn't heard, I think we should do one of those. Mordik, good night. If you want to hear a cool ass collab, stay for 5 minutes. Okay, let's do any of them then. Let's do
Telekinesis thesis.
telekinesis. Oh, I like that one. Okay.
Okay. This is telekinesis thesis. Interstellar travel is within our grasp, though the distances are immense as space is vast. Time and space itself are constructs of the mind. It is within that final frontier we will find. Like spooky action at a distance implies, on quantum entanglement our thought flies.
Intent is key. Turning conception into reality, I push with my mind, not my mentality. Knowing is the path that breaks belief. The matter is factually in need of relief. Releasing its potential energy, will, and intent, the perfect synergy.
Time and space will bend to our will, travel in the blink of an eye, a new human skill to transport us to dimensions as yet unknown. Galactic consciousness, my mind is blown. The multiverse beckons, an endless delight, poetic compositions of words made of light.
Don't think, Just believe, like pushing pixels on a screen, every atom entwined with those in your mind. My hand moves with no thought. The mug slides to a new spot. I actually had a mug here.
As above, so below, feel the power of my flow to transform the logos, the ethos into paradoxical pathos, to transcend the singularity, see the whole with crystal clarity.
Dare I say, if I may, the truth is, you think you're awake, but it's all an illusion. No confusion, simply focus. There's no hocus pocus. Know this, feel it, make it real. Matter will move if you break the seal.
From DNA to spiral galaxies, we're spun. Out of this world, we have won. We're about to get bliss-tastic, tripping the light fantastic. Epic journeys through time and space. Encounter the Godhead face to face. In the mirror every day. Fractal visions that time cannot decay. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustav and Thomas Obermeyers.
Yeah, that was great.
All right.
That was fantastic, you guys.
Yeah, you guys like that? All right. Coming up next, we got choral rites. So,
I have changed my mind 10,000 times, but Whisper Poet with their last poem got me in a mood. So here we go. Rebuilding the soil. She became the butt of all the jokes. She became the pariah of the family. She was the one who turned. Actually, that's out of order. Let me try that again. She became the pariah of the family. She became the butt of all the jokes. She was the one who turned us away when her time came near. Meet me in the parking lot, out in the sun, to hash out this feminine curse. No, I won't pay the price of admission and pay to give myself away. Please, meet me in the parking lot, out in the sun, and explain to me why you did. Together, we can unwind all those times you had to run. She pushed herself until she fell. She found herself with discordance of body and mind. She became frustrated, relying on others. Meet me in the parking lot, out in the open wide, to hash out this feminine curse. No, I won't pay the price of admission and pay to give myself away. Please, meet me in the parking lot, out in the open wide, and help me understand why you did. Together, we can unwind all those times you had to hide. She disappeared inside herself. She went where there were no demands. She went where she couldn't even find herself. I was there when the stroke took your speech, my great aunt with the iris smile. You were the expansive figure who filled the room, who became the one whose throat betrayed her and swallowed her words. I was there when the stroke took your strength, my grandma with the cardinal blood. You were the impassioned creator who became limited by the burdens of perfection. I was there when life broke your heart, my mother with the verdant veins. You were the joyful giver who became depleted because she forgot to give to herself. Our matrilineal bonds bind all of us. How they were oppressed still oppresses you. Yes, you. How they oppress themselves builds the soil from which you grow. What do we need to do to get a spiritual refund? What do we need to do to reclaim our feminine heritage? How do we take back our vulnerability? Ungagged, unbounded, unviolated. Meet me in the eyes. Let's walk this feminine path, where we play for the hell of it, where we give what we want. Together, we can wade out in the open tide and unwind all those times we've had to hide, had to lie. We can speak while we also listen. We can rest while we also provide. We can take up space while we also give space. Together, we can weave a web of connection and embrace this feminine gift.
I want to give you hella props that I'm a man, so I'm gonna ask all of the ladies to please go ahead. And I'm a feminist, but I am a man. But I feel you on
Jesus
that. Like,
H. Roosevelt Christ,
but the
girl,
ladies, give
you
it up.
are amazing. Wow. Just fucking wow.
Yeah. Like,
Also,
that
to be
was,
fair, Thomas, I said,
I
yes,
am
you.
also a feminist. Yeah.
We all got
Well, I
feminine in
have.
us.
Yeah. Well, I really don't consider myself any sex really. But yeah, because I have my feminine and masculine side, and I did. I felt that. Like, that was good. That's good.
Thank you.
And I love all the ladies in my life. I have a wonderful mom. I have a wonderful wife. I have wonderful sisters and stuff. Like, I always loved the ladies in my life. I'm a mama's boy. But all right, so we're gonna keep this thing rolling. Everybody, give it up real quick again one more time. Cool, right? And Mordik, if you're still here, you're gonna go. You just said, yeah, you died. All right, good night. Love you, Mordik. Um, Coming up next thing will be Daniel Fernandes and the Whisper Poet. And then maybe I'll read you guys a good night poem, or we can freestyle or whatever. But yeah, Daniel, if you could bless us with some words, man, we'd appreciate it, brother.
Sure. I didn't think we were gonna do a round 3, so I'll just throw 2 random poems I've written a while back.
There you go.
So I have 2 that I'll do. The first one is I can't afford my own book, and the second one is I'm sorry, my love. All right. So this is the first one. I can't afford my own book. I can't afford my own book. What a fucking embarrassment that is. What a legacy to leave behind for my future kids, jumping into problems oblivious to the risk and the borderline of morality, which becomes a conflict. My goal was to publish and fulfill my dream. Technically, I did, which boosted my self-esteem. I felt good as anyone would, ignoring what came in between. Money, which I assumed would multiply the moment I'd redeem. Months flew by and the days grew longer. I took a breath of knowledge as if I'm jumping in water. I overdosed on the idea of being an author. I lost myself searching for methods to avoid hunger. I don't want to repeat myself, but that's what history does. We change our plans because we feel that we must, to avoid a midlife crisis so that living isn't corrupt. Fighting ourselves in the process, which is something else that needs to adjust. Using Amazon to sell your books is great, don't get me wrong. Giving access to billions of people searching for where they belong. Praying sales come in and I can excite my mom. But no, it took 2 months of waiting and my head became a bomb. That's not all because Amazon gets a cut. Of course they do, which kind of sucks. 40% in fact. It had me thinking, what the fuck? It left me speechless, honestly, with the hole in my gut. So a new plan began to formulate. Buy the copies myself and distribute them my way. Invest the money back so that it doesn't go to waste. The only issue is that the bills began to weigh. Sadly, at this point, I can't afford my own book. First time I thought about it, I laughed and took a pull. Let my demons eat at me like a pair of wolves. At an all-time low, worse than those in the hood. Reflecting on myself, hating where I was, losing everything I touched like drugs, stealing optimism like a professional thug, forcing myself to think I'm okay because of love. A paycheck that vanishes, been late before, so my credit took the damages. I tried to enjoy the moment like a bite from a sandwich, dissolving in debt, losing a battle to savages, throwing me around like some packages, thinking it's good enough like how my Spanish is, speak in a way where I can manage it, and yet I'm exposed like a wound before the bandage. Fuck, I have to calm down. My brain is spinning like a ceiling fan, a jigsaw puzzle of my life as I chase a grand, diving head first, thinking I will understand. I shot myself in the foot and was covered with sand. I can't sleep. Can't sleep, trying to find different streams of income. I did almost everything and my progress is close to none. It kills me to know I can't be happy because of low funds. Starving a day or two because I can't afford lunch. Gas is low and rent is late. No longer in that apartment, so that part of stress was put away. I know I'm not perfect, no one is anyways. I can go on till the end of days. I can't afford my own book. That's fucking sad. I had to write it down because it made me laugh. I know I said that already in the first half. A gyrate of regret as the dread circles back. Eventually it'll pay off. I'm just hoping soon. I can't take the mental baggage that grew into a typhoon. Failing at living a life is just something I'm not immune to. So let's see what the future holds as I float on this emotional lagoon. Thank you.
Ooh, wow. Yo, please buy this man's book if you can. Emotional Defibrillator on
It's incredible.
Amazon. This young man needs it. He can't even buy. In fact, buy 2 copies, one for yourself, and then mail one to him too, so he can have a copy of his own book. Look, yeah, Magus got it. If I have money, I'll get it. As soon as I'm gonna get a job, I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna buy actually everyone's book till it comes onto it. But I'm fucking broke.
Oh my gosh. That would be so incredible for you to have a bookshelf
That's what I want
full
of every one of,
Mhm.
yeah,
Dude,
of people that
Samuel
like
Rain
you
alone though
hosted.
has like 38 books out. So
God
like
damn.
I'll have a whole shelf of Samuel Rain's books. I was like, dude, I'm 39. I'm like, I'd have to be writing since I was like 1 or 2 years, or it's 36, because I was like, I'd have to be 2 years old. I was 30, yeah, 3 years old, and make a book every year to catch up to him. But, all right, so coming up next, we've got Whisper Poet, and then either we're gonna dip or I'm down for a little freestyle session. I don't know if any of y'all here can freestyle. Oh, actually, you know what? Daniel, should we show Magus what we got?
It's your call.
Let me see if I could pull it up on the computer here to share screen with it, and then I'll play.
I can't see anything. I'm like blinded here.
But can you hear though?
I can hear.
Okay, I'm gonna do a share screen, and we have a little something that we're working on here, and let's see if we could do it.
Mm.
Damn, where the hell? All right. Did I start before it or I went after you, right? In it?
I started it, but I don't know how you wanted to break it down because I know you wanted to throw freestyles in there.
Well, yeah, I've recorded freestyles to put into it. For some reason, when I'm playing them here, they're not. I can't hear it.
Because I do have a a good sum of stanzas.
I have it on my phone. I wonder if I can join in or because I already freestyled to all your. I did I think 5 freestyle videos applying to the stanzas you sent me. And
yeah, so I could do every 2, and then you could throw in a freestyle if you want to do it like that.
Yeah, no, I want to do the ones that I recorded that day.
Okay.
So I'm trying to play it though, but it's not playing there. But it's on my phone. I might be able to. We'll do it at a different time.
Okay.
Good night, Coral.
Good night, Coral Rights. Thank you for coming through. We hope to see you next
Thank
Friday.
you all, and happy birthday, and
Thank
see you
you.
in a few more weeks.
Yeah.
Please come back. You were
Yeah, please
fantastic.
come back, man. We here every
Thank
Friday
you. I
hanging
surely
out.
will.
So. Good night. All right, so, man, I can't put when I try to play it from my browser, like on my computer to play it. There's no volume to it, so
Well,
I'm
I
gonna have
have
to
one
just
more
make the
short one
video
I
and then
could
show you.
read.
Yeah. All right. Let's hear it up and then I think we should go ahead and start reading. Let's see if go ahead, Whisper.
Okay, sorry. All right, this is called creationism. I am my own creation, the result of my kaleidoscopic inspiration. My mind flies free with no limitation. My heart gives love with no reservation. I'm flaky and weird, much to your irritation. If you don't love me with equal intensity, grab a scalpel and begin the ablation. See, I'll be your ride or die. I'm there all the way with zero hesitation, and I will love you with the fierceness of a forest conflagration. Fire on water requires high density fuel to ignite my fascination. But once you do, I will bring the heat.
Yeah.
Smoking hot.
I will bring the heat. Hey, yeah, I think I'm gonna ride out too. Unless y'all want to hear another little poem. You down to do another little collab? What other ones haven't I don't think Whispers really heard any of our collabs except for the one we just did.
Thomas, I have a suggestion. Some night when you have maybe 5 or 6 people left in the room, do a round robin, like where everybody says a line and creates a poem
Oh
together.
yeah, okay. Well, we were thinking about doing on Wednesdays. We were thinking, or like Tuesdays. We were thinking. I don't know. We got to pick a day and a time. But we were thinking about doing like workshops and stuff too, and doing games. I used to do it an hour before the show on Fridays, but like on Fridays, like getting ready for the show. Plus, I'm gonna be working soon, so like I can't do it from 4 to 5. So like,
Yeah.
but we used to do workshops before the show for an hour. So if you didn't have a poem for the week, come through. We'll write one together, and
That's
but
awesome. I
yeah, I
think
like the
that's a
round
fantastic
robin idea. If you guys want, we can do the round robin idea now. And speaking of which, my wife came up with a really cool idea, which we're gonna do. If you want to be a part of it, I think I told Daniel about this. Magus knows about this, but we're thinking about getting like an extra large shirt, right? Like an XXXL white shirt, and we're gonna get a big old XXXL white shirt, and then sign the front, and then on the back, write a word. And I'll mail it to the next person. And we're gonna have it go all the way around the globe to everyone in open minds, like 30, 40 people. So like the front of the shirt will just be everyone's signature, their own custom signature, on the shirt, and then on the back will be a word that they write. And we're gonna try to make a poem on the back, and the front will just be everyone's signatures from open minds. We're gonna send it around the globe. Try to get like 30, 40 people involved in it. Maybe,
Thomas.
and then we're gonna scan that and like print them and sell them as merchandise.
Oh my God. You totally need to have someone do this as a documentary and then put that on YouTube.
Oh, that would be
And get
cool. Yeah,
get
like
interviews,
scan.
like little interview snippets from
Yeah.
all of the
Oh, that would
poets
be
who
dope.
signed the t-shirt.
And write
And
that
the
one word and
story
why
of the
they chose
shirt
that word and the story of their shirt. Oh, that would be
the
cool to
story of the shirt
documentary
going
it.
from person to person, and how like this whole poetry culture
Yeah,
that's
you just
going
blew my
on.
mind with that. Yeah, you just blew my mind with that. We should definitely document that for sure.
Absolutely.
And then
Because this
we
whole
want to do an
poetry
open
culture
minds
is
anthology
amazing.
too. Yeah, we're gonna do these an open minds anthology. Everyone has 2 pages. I'm looking for 50 artists with 2 pages each, or if it was 50 or 51. So I wanted to have 116 pages of actual content. Because it's just my lucky number.
I
And
meant to sign up. Have I signed up? How do we know if I've signed
I
up?
haven't made the post yet about it. I'm
I
gonna
don't
do an
know.
email thing, and
Okay.
basically I'm gonna make a post saying like, email me at this email with the title this, and then your entry, and then this way I can organize it and put them all. And basically we can use art and whatever idea you have or whatever, but like you get like a 2-page spread. It can be all art with like words on top of it, like whatever. Like you work with us, we'll get in a Zoom call, we'll make art with you, and like
I'm
create
sorry.
like your
My
perfect
mind
page
went
though.
to a dirty place there for a second because you said 2-page spread.
Oh, yeah, you got a center, not a centerfold. It's just a 2-page spread, right? You can have an image
The
in a
child
poem or
of the
two
80s.
poems.
The 2-page spread means 1 page.
That's great.
That's funny.
All right, so Magus, I don't know. I don't think they've heard all of our let's do
Yeah, it's
Illuminati syllabus.
Okay, hold please while I pull that up.
All right. So
got it. Okay, this is Illuminati syllabus. Good morning, class clown. Come on in, sit your ass down. Welcome to Illumination Summation, a Robert Anton Wilson examination. Robert Anton Wilson, born January 18th, 1932 to January 11th, 2007, was an American author, futurist, psychologist, and self-described agnostic mystic.
reality is what you can get away with. They call me over enlightened. I stay morphin', bending sticks, been born a god, I ain't frightened. Looking for a way to open their eyes, let them know that light and love is on their side. Reality is ran by your own mentality, it's simple math, feel it like gravity.
Belief is the death of intelligence. As soon as one believes a doctrine of any sort or assumes certitude, one stops thinking about that aspect of existence. Robert Anton Wilson, Cosmic Trigger, The Final Secret of the Illuminati. Here we find the essence of Wilson's questing mind, seeking, ever searching, but maybe never to find the answer, as if there is but one. When you think you've got it, all thinking is done.
You're the one in charge of your own destiny. Wanna test and see? Go ahead. Don't move your lips, close your eyes instead. Say this in your head. This reality is mine, this reality is mine, this reality is mine. You hear that shit? Yeah, it's in your brain. You're the only one that can hear it. Does that make you insane? You know, they say hearing voices in your head is bad. Whenever I hear those voices, I feel glad to have a thought manifest in my soul. I use my intent to accomplish my goal.
We look for the secret, the philosopher's stone, the elixir of the wise, supreme enlightenment, God, or whatever. And all the time it is carrying us about. It is the human nervous system itself. Robert Anton Wilson, Cosmic Trigger, Volume 1, Final Secret of the Illuminati. Can you see the implications of this class? A thought to knock you on your ass. What you seek is inside you all along. It's not outside us. It's not even in your bong. The human nervous system is our network to the universe. Now, can you put this into verse?
Envisioning all of humanity as one, chilling together, relaxing in the sun. I don't feel hate. I don't see race. We were all born and we will all die in this place. Human sapiens, let's say it together. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. When we all unite as one. I know I lost my spot for a minute there because I forgot I scrolled down. My bad. Hold up. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. When we are all unite as one, we can weather any storm. A true family we shall form.
The future is up for grabs. It belongs to any and all who would take the risk and accept the responsibility of consciously creating the future they want. Dare to envision utopia right now. Meditate on the way, the truth, and the how. Your homework will be a 3-page paper on the plan to accomplish this cosmic caper.
Whenever you can, simply lend a hand to all your brothers and sisters. We only live once, please don't miss this chance to show love and forgiveness, hugs and kisses, bombs not stitches. Take some action, don't be a witness. Stand up for this reality we can create. Let's break the cycle of violence and hate.
That is time, but I will leave you with this quote. Of all the brilliant things Wilson wrote, this one says the most about the human condition. To share it with you, I have made my mission. Every fact of science was once damned. Every invention was considered impossible. Every discovery was a nervous shock to some orthodoxy. Every artistic innovation was denounced as fraud and folly. The entire web of culture and progress, everything on earth that is man-made and not given to us by nature, is the concrete manifestation of someone's refusal to bow to authority. We would own no more, know no more, and be no more than the first ape-like hominids if it were not for the rebellious, the recalcitrant, and the intransigent. As Oscar Wilde truly said, disobedience was man's original virtue. Robert Anton fucking Wilson. Class dismissed. Thank you.
Peace out, Teach. See you next week.
Word.
Oh, man.
Okay, I've got a split, Thomas,
Yep.
man. Happy birthday, bro.
Thanks, man.
All summer long.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I have to head out too.
Yeah.
It's almost
Yeah.
midnight.
Yeah,
But
I love y'all
appreciate
boys,
it.
man. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate y'all.
No
Yo,
problem.
dude, yo, man, yo, that shit was dope, man. I'm excited to
Yeah, I
show.
was like, man, I have to finish
Jess
this
was in the
poem.
back
It took
chilling
a
with my
while to
boys. So
write.
yeah, my girl was in the back, so she hasn't heard it yet. Like, I'm gonna download the video tonight once it's gotta like process. I'm gonna download it tonight in the morning. I'm gonna have that shit fucking pumping on my fucking TV, man. She's gonna be like, what? She gonna wake
Happy
up
you
to that
enjoyed it.
shit. Yeah. Hey, that shit was dope, man. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I was like, man, I have to make one. And then once I had the hook down, I was like, it's a wrap.
Yeah, it's a rap. Yeah,
I'm
like
performing
real
this.
shit, like a rap. Not even a rap too, but it's a rap too. Like, and you singing. Double entendre. All right, man. I fucking love
All right.
y'all. Good night. Thanks for coming to Open Minds, Open Mic.
Good night, everybody.
See
Peace
you.
out.